We will get started. All right. Well, welcome to the City Council retreat. And let's get started with the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Of course. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames? Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
For the record, all present.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you and welcome everyone. This is always a really kind of special meeting of the year where we get a chance to be able to reflect on our priorities and our goals and our accomplishments from the year prior, and then really after that reflection, look forward to the work that we are going to be accomplishing this year in 2024. And it's an opportunity for the community and council to really be able to dialogue. We're going to hear from all of you as far as the priorities you'd like to see the city council do on your behalf for the year. And then we'll return it back to our little makeshift dais tonight and have a conversation. We'll leave here with our new goals and priorities for the year. Before I turn it over to Mr. Ehrman, who's going to be our MC for the evening. Sorry, Jeremy. Jeremy Ehrman was my law school professor, and I just tied the two together. It's been a long day already, so we're just getting started. So I wanted to inform just the members of the audience that there will only be one block of time this evening for public comment. That's where commenters will be able to speak to anything that's either both on or off the agenda. Only thing I'm going to ask now is that all speaker cards be submitted by the time we begin the public comment period, which is estimated to begin at 6:20. But I want to reiterate that time is merely an estimate. So if you do wish to be able to speak tonight, please submit your speaker card, or if you are on Zoom, have your hand raised on Zoom, because we will cut off accepting new speakers when we begin that public comment. And that's just so we can know exactly how many speakers that we're going to be able to have in order to determine how much speaking time each individual speaker will have. So just give you an idea of how much time there will be allotted based on that, so you can sort of start to prepare your comments. If we have under 10 speakers, which I'm not anticipating, you'll have 3 minutes. If it's 10 to 20 speakers, you'll have 2 minutes. If we're looking at 20 to 30 speakers, we'll do 1.5 minutes. If we're over 30 speakers, then we'll have to limit it to just 1 minute. So hopefully that can help all of you start to kind of figure out how you'd like to organize your comments. And but again, so just have the speaker card submitted or your hand raised by the time we get to our public comment period, which will be in a little bit. We got a couple of items to go over first. So then, now I will turn it over. Mr. Dennis.
Great. Thank you very much. Great to see you all again at the council. It's good to see the public here. My name is Jeremy Dennis. I work for a firm called MRG, and we've been asked to come here tonight to facilitate the discussion for the council on their retreat. So I wanted to just first express my gratitude for being here tonight. Really appreciate this opportunity. Before we really jump into it, I thought it'd be interesting to go over what the word facilitate means in Merriam-Webster. It means to help something such as a discussion run more smoothly and effectively. That's my job tonight. I want to make sure you're having the best discussion under the timeframes that we do have. We know that it's a little restricted, but we'll keep things moving along. To that end, I wanted to ask, in addition to a few things that will be on the slide, for if we can adhere to the following as best as we can. Ultimately, we're going to get to some major questions that we're going to be asking you. We want to make sure that your comments are germane to the question that is asked. If you've got a comment, just raise your hand. I just want to make sure that I'm seeing it. So just get my attention, and I'll make sure that after each speaker, I'll call on you and make sure you know who's next. If you've heard a comment that you've agreed with or otherwise, you don't have to speak again. It's not necessary. You can simply say, I agree with the previous commenters. You also don't have to speak to every question or goal if that isn't necessary. My job is to find consensus. There's no voting tonight, so I'm going to be looking for nods. I'm going to be looking for places where there's significant disagreement, and I'll make sure that at consensus points that conversation is happening. Please respect your colleagues. Everyone can disagree without being disagreeable. And, in the end, this is really a conversation about how the staff can support you in your priority setting. So as we move forward, productive and constructive comments are always welcome. So I'm looking forward to helping tonight. And I think we're going to turn it over to Ed for the first part, unless you have
And
some other additional comments.
Before we do, thank you. One thing I did want to say for my colleagues, well, and for everybody, there is food in the back. The food is available for the public as well, so please enjoy. Special meeting. This does not happen at a normal city council meeting, so don't show up next week expecting us to feed you. And for us here at the dais, if you'd like to eat while we're having the meeting, absolutely fine. But also I thought we would just slightly move things around and lengthen our first break that's on the agenda by 5 minutes, give us 15 minutes then to be able to stop and eat, and then shorten our second break to 5 minutes for just a simple bathroom break or water break. If that sounds fine with everybody? Great. All right, now I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Dennis. I tell you what, we've already saved some time. I think we're going to fast forward over a few slides and jump to slide 7, which is the introduction goal process. Jeremy's already covered that. We all know council. And let's keep going. All right, and so this kicks off the next section. You could go ahead to the next slide, please. So we thought before jumping into discussion of your 2024 priorities, it would be useful to do a quick review of 2023. Now, as we get into that, I did want to just take a moment to reflect on the fact that, as the council knows, you do this every year. We do an annual priority setting session, and as we'll talk about, we, over the past years, and last year in particular, we've actually taken that to a new level in terms of the level of detail, of objectives related to your priorities, and the follow-up that happens throughout the year. That said, doing this every year can make it routine, and it may even make it a little boring or just seem like something you just go through pro forma. But I would note that the setting of priorities is really the hallmark of an effective and well-run organization. So as we get into the meat of your discussion this evening, I do want to just acknowledge and, quite frankly, kudos to the council, to all of us who are involved in putting this together, and to the community that really provide the input that feeds this process, as well as the follow-up that will happen. So again, just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. So that said, let's spend a few minutes going through our 2023 priorities, and we're going to start off, as we did last year, with a quick slideshow. Actually, to the mayor's point, less than 3-minute slideshow. So, Madam Clerk. Sure, I think we can applaud to that. Thank you for that suggestion. And kudos to our communications team for putting together, and also, again, really just a nice reminder of the tremendous work that the city and community have been engaged in over the course of the last year. So, again, if nothing else, it will jog our memory. It make it sometimes feel like a bit of a blur, but it's good to do that review every once in a while. Next slide, please. Don't want to rerun that. Okay, thank you. So the next 4 slides are actually our variation of a heat map. So a little bit of a artistic license here on the heat map concept. We're not trying to go through each of these individual lines. I know they're very difficult to read. So the intent of this graphic really is to reflect the progress made on the 72 objectives that the council adopted in advancing the 4 priorities. So here, just to get a sense of the orientation of the graphic here, the dark in color represent those that are completed. The medium shade are those that are on track. And those that are in lightly shown are either not started or on hold or dropped. So you can assume that all the medium and light colored lines will continue progress into 2024 as we're already underway, as we look forward to your priorities for the current council or calendar year. So now in reviewing this, as the council knows, this 2023 effort was really the first year of setting and tracking such an expansive list of objectives. And we use the term objectives to reflect each of these line items, specific projects that are defined in a way that could be accomplished during the calendar year. Council spent significant time in the first quarter defining and approving these objectives, and since that time, staff has tracked and reported on a quarterly basis progress throughout the year, as well as obviously each week when the City Council takes actions related to specific items. So in going through the next 4 slides, I'm not going to go through any of the individual objectives. They're just really intended to give you a general sense of the work completed as well as the work continuing into the current year. Now, on the individual line items, staff will return to the City Council for discussion next month, subject to the direction we get tonight on the 4 priorities or however many you decide on, with specific objectives that would apply to 2024. And so again, we'll repeat the exercise we did last year. You had your retreat, your study session, or your retreat session, and followed with 1 or more council agenda items related to the specific objectives. Now, so that said, looking back at 2023, the shading does reflect an overall completion rate of approximately 50% when you consider the 72 objectives, and that includes those that are simply complete, while we've got the other, if you include completed or on track, that it's 72%. So I'll go through them individually. Now, that said, I will acknowledge that some will be disappointed with that completion rate, but I would just acknowledge that I would hope that all are reassured that the council, the city, is setting and pursuing clear and aggressive goals over the year. And that's it. We're happy to discuss in further detail as needed. You do have a report in your packet that has more information on the individual line items. So here we start off with the community or the economic recovery and transition priority area. It had a total of 11 objectives, and of those, 8 were complete, and the others either in progress or dropped. Next slide, please. Next up is our climate change and natural environment focus area or priority. We had a total of 20 objectives in this priority, and of those, 7 are complete, 2 are on track, and 9 are either are behind schedule, and 2 are either on hold or dropped. Next slide, please. The title moved. For the housing and for social and economic balance priority. We had a total of 20 objectives, again, with 11 of those complete, one on track, 5 behind, and 3 either on hold or dropped. And then finally, our last priority, next slide, please, is the community health and safety priority. This had 21 objectives in total. Of those, 9 were completed, 6 are on track, 4 are behind schedule, and 2 are either on hold or were dropped. Next slide, please. So then, as we move forward, and I know we'll have an opportunity for further discussion as the council would like, I'd like to move into the input that has been received for tonight's discussion. Next slide, please. As has been our practice over the last several years, staff conducted an online survey last month, or actually it was in December, into the beginning of January, and collected almost 400 specific individual community responses. Those were provided to the council as a part of your packet for this evening. The City Council has also received email communication from community members on this, and those are linked to tonight's agenda. From the survey, staff attempted to identify the areas, the themes that were most frequently cited, and those include in alphabetical order, airplane noise, bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, community building, crime and safety, electrification, flood control, and housing and affordable housing. So again, this is strictly a qualitative assessment by staff on the key themes that were frequently cited. Again, there's a full set of all of the comments received in the City Council's packet this evening. Let's see, and with that, would note that, actually I think that covers it for this portion of the staff presentation. With that, let me turn it back to Jeremy for any discussion or follow-up needed.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Wanting to turn to the council now to see if there's any questions related to the last two presentations you saw.
Yeah, so I had maybe mistakenly thought we were kind of going to go through a more detailed update since we're on these, but it doesn't sound like that's what the agenda's intending to do.
Correct. We anticipated using the same process you did last year with the high-level priorities selected by the council, and then follow with a more detailed discussion of, again, what we called objectives.
So will there be an upcoming opportunity for us to really go through these and ask, whether it's this meeting or a future meeting, to really have a better understanding of some of the things that we have questions on?
Yes, we're scheduling on your February 26th agenda to have, in large measure, the much of the meeting dedicated to the follow-up. Again, our expectation, or basically not knowing if the council was going to select the same four priorities that were selected in 2023 to carry over into 24. We wanted to give you that flexibility to make that decision this evening, and then follow with the further detail for 24.
Yeah, although the questions and comments I had were would mostly be based upon the fact that they're a 2023. It'd be even more relevant if they are in fact carried over.
Staff is prepared to respond to questions if you have related to the 23 objectives.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or clarifying comments from council members?
Sorry, correction on my date. It's March 4th, not February 26th. Thank you.
Lydia?
Thank you. So I did the same thing as Councilmember Byrd, kind of went through all of your list over here and kind of sussed it out in order to kind of have a further discussion. So I guess I'll hold back until March. Although I just want to say that some of the priorities, the subset objectives, it seems like while it's marked completed, I mean, even on just hiring the consultant for that subset objective, so I'm gathering that it's going to be back into objectives with more of the items that we're going to work on, or staff is going to be working on to bring it back. Is that coming back March 26th?
March 4th.
March.
So yes, we would anticipate that we'll come back with next steps on those objectives. So if, for example, the 23 objectives was described as hiring the consultant, then you'd expect either the consultant work to be completed or something similar to that in 24.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I read everything, so I'm ready to go, but thank you so much.
Other questions? Julie?
Thank you. I just have a technical point about Community Health and Safety, item 11, which pertains to our HISRAP funding. It was an item that was stated as completed. It's listed as evaluate increasing HISRAP funding during FY 2024 budget process completed. And my note is that we did fix it, or we did enhance our HISRAP funding this year, but the larger question of, is there going to be a systemic approach to HISRAP funding that is different than what it's been recently? That has been referred to the Finance Committee for this spring. And so in my view, it is not a completed task. It is, I would call it an on track or so.
Thank you. Okay, knowing that the conversation related to the objectives will take place at a later meeting, perhaps we can focus a little bit on the feedback that you received from the community. Was there anything in there that you wanted to bring up that was interesting, surprising, something that you think your colleagues should hear about if they had an opportunity to read through the document? I'm not hearing any specifics. Julie, did you?
I very much, excuse me. As always, I'm impressed with our community's absolute dedication to the work of the city, the state of the city, the number of comments we got. They do, obviously, we've all seen fall into some major buckets. Doesn't mean we shouldn't pay attention to the outlier perspectives as well. So just as a matter of valuing the process, I want to thank everybody, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that wants to do that, for just being in this with us and letting us know how you feel it's going.
Thank you. Lydia?
Thank you. So yes, I want to thank the members of the public for providing their comments and being partner in doing this so that we know what is your thoughts and what you'd like to see in the community. I went through some of the responses, and there's one that I did want to respond to. Do whatever you can to preserve the beauty of our town, including relocating homeless, planting trees, keeping apartments, buildings low, offer senior lunches to the others in the area than just the Asians. And then there's another comment that say, how about offering senior nutrition to all of us, not just the Chinese? I will say that, please know, the senior lunches that are offered by La Comida is for everyone, everyone. They do not single out low-income folks. They do not single out Chinese. They don't single out any of the nationalities. It's offered to all nationalities and income levels. This is the lunch program, the nutritious hot lunch program that is offered by La Comida. So I just want to make sure that we understand that and there's no misunderstanding about that. Then I think that, there's also comments about academic excellence and greater rigor in Palo Alto public schools. many families are leaving public schools, and it goes on and on. And I think that, perhaps, as a city, as these comments come in that pertain to Palo Alto Unified School District, and it's really not upon us to comment on or to make, we can certainly share these comments with the Palo Alto Unified School District so that they're aware of this. So I was hoping that either City and Schools Liaison Committee or City Manager's Office can assure that these comments are forwarded there. I appreciate members of the public also bringing forward work from home policies, seeing that during the pandemic and afterwards that there has been success in work from home action. So it's something that I believe worth exploring. Then another comment was about a recent visit to City Hall and was unable to contact anyone through the kiosk in the lobby. I think if we're going to keep our City Hall the way that it is, that we do have to improve the lobby and getting in contact with staff. So I've been at City Hall lobby waiting for people who I have appointments with, and have actually had to help a lot of people figure out how to work that system, but also not getting a response and going to voicemail. So I do believe that's something that, yes, we do have to work on, and thanks to the member of the public who wrote about it. There was also comments about family-friendly activities in this town. There was a couple, and so really like to see that as we move forward, that we do encourage more family-friendly activities in town so that we're inclusive of the youth. I totally agree also with take the Housing Commission and RENA requirements to court. We have ridiculous numbers to build housing on that is not actually qualified or even correct. So I agree with that. There's also a curfew that was mentioned for San Carlos and Palo Alto Airport so that people can have nighttime quiet. That's another thing that we should explore as well. So I do want to thank people who had submitted their comments so that we can learn from you and hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Other council members have any thoughts on what Council Member Kuo said or anything that they've seen? Pat?
Well, I just wanted to note that I think it was more the way staff organized it, but it was still real positive in the sense that a lot of the priorities that community members suggested are really subsets of the main council priorities, whether it's airplane noise is about community health, various, same thing on grade separations, and a whole series of those are organized in the staff report that way. And I just want members of the community to appreciate that the priorities are a high-level category, and then we also have our set of guiding principles that we adopted just last year, was it? That are enduring, and so that not all the initiatives by any means, all the initiatives that we're going to focus on in a given year have to be stated in or feel like they're the definition of the priority that we've set. But the other thing, after hearing my colleagues on the first half of this discussion, on our discussion of the staff really programs that are fulfilling the priorities in the calendar year, and just want to make sure everybody, that's what we're dealing with, is not the fiscal year. And then hearing that, this is going to be coming back to us in March for that discussion. Well, I don't think any of us knew that. And there are a number of areas where I think we need to have better understanding as a council on what's on the horizon and the plan for upcoming agendas. And if I missed it in the staff report, I'm sorry, but I didn't see any reference to that. And And so even the understanding of how this meeting was going to proceed, we have these materials. I assume that was going to be a big part of our discussion, but I'm okay if we're going to have a deeper discussion in early March. But I think we need to be seeing what's being attempted to come up on agendas. You know, we've had several fairly light agendas, and we all know that we on the horizon are going to have real heavy ones. And I think all of us kind of seeing the tentative plan even before its strict schedule. And we do get periodic updates of saying, well, here are the items that are scheduled, but we don't see what's not on that next month's schedule that we're looking for. So I think we need a more complete list and opportunities to have updates to us and some feedback loops too. Thanks.
Thank you. Vicki?
I'm going to follow your instruction and say +1 to that about the community feedback really fitting into what I did expect to see and hope to see. And it's a matter of weighting more that I was looking at. So, you know, how often, how granular did things come up? So, but it was tremendously helpful, and I really appreciate all the time. I think, 400 people responded, so that's really terrific. And I just also wanted to note, this came up last year when we did the retreat, that some of these things fall into a couple of different buckets, right? So like flood mitigation, for example. And and I think that reflects sometimes the complexity of the issues, that sometimes more than one committee, like the BPTP plan, goes to several committees. And so we have to work our way through that. So it's healthy sometimes, I think, to step back, take a look at the issues, you know, here collectively when we know that there's a lot of different commissions and or committees that are going to touch it. But thanks to our community.
Thank you. You know, if I may riff off that for a moment, a question that I was going to ask this as a framing mechanism a little bit later, but I'll put it out there right now. This is not meant to be answered, but to maybe help the discussion. There may be a difference of opinion as it relates to measuring success of a priority. It may be that one council member, it's related to the number of objectives that succeed in a given year. It might be some other metric. So it's probably useful to keep that in the back of your head, that each of you may have a little bit different approach on how success is measured. And that, I think, will help inform the conversation we're going to have a little bit later around the 3 questions. Lydia, you raised your hand again. Did you?
I just want to add that I agree with Councilmember Burt with regards to having a tentative agenda again. We used to have it, and then we don't have it. But it would be nice to know what to expect that's coming up in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I agree. Tentative agenda would be helpful and beneficial for everyone. I think that's always been a struggle of mine as well as a council member. I think oftentimes it feels like we're addressing things in a very kind of focused, sometimes siloed way, and it's always nice to be able to have these moments where we're able to kind of step back and see the entire forest and understand a little better our kind of long-term strategy. And we get a couple of opportunities like that during the year, but more frequent updates would be really beneficial. I'm glad we're focusing tonight more on our kind of forward-looking on our priorities, and definitely appreciate the desire to look back on what we've done last year. But I'm glad to hear that that's coming back to us relatively soon. And I agree with everybody who are very appreciative of the survey and the residents taking the time to be able to do that. I know it's always difficult when these surveys go out in December during one of the most busiest, distracted months, but we got a decent turnout. And going through the actual comments was very helpful. I mean, the more kind of aggregated view, and I appreciate staff putting together, and I really appreciated staff kind of making it thematic based on our goals. That was really helpful, and I agree with Councilmember Burt. Really seeing I think there is a lot of alignment in the community with our goals and supporting those. Of course, we have disagreements in the margins, but overall, I think as a city we are pretty aligned. And looking through the individual comments, some, of course, an anonymous survey, you're going to get some abhorrent comments like Councilmember Koo mentioned, and some others that I saw, but those are easy to kind of to try to, I guess, ignore for just some of the absurdity. But one comment that I really enjoyed, read aloud, and since we have several people in the audience who will benefit from this, one commenter said, "Publicly thank all the librarians and feature such city employees in the weekly." They said, "Thank the cops and other first responders too, but librarians first, then the teachers, then the first responders." So I think we could all give a round of applause for our librarians, first responders, and teachers. And so I thought that was a fun comment to share, but that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greg?
Yeah, so +1 to all of the other comments. But one other thing I wanted to add is I found it interesting that the city manager kind of graded the priorities, his own priorities. But I think what might be good is actually for the public, like, so you guys have the input for the 2024. It'd be interesting to see the public's input on how they think we did on the priorities, and as well as the council's. So I think that's probably maybe something that we could do during the March meeting.
Thank you very much. Sorry, getting used to the microphone setup. Any other comments from anyone who hadn't spoken yet related to that? Well, I appreciate the theme that is coming out, which is a great thank you to the members of the public that who participated in the community survey. It's really quite an achievement, so many members who did participate. If there are no other comments or questions from council members on this section, we're just looking at the time. We are a little bit ahead still, 6:13, which is always wonderful. So I know our next item is public comments. So I'll turn that back over to staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take it over then for here. So again, if you wish to speak, please submit your speaker card or raise your hand on Zoom now. Otherwise, we will no longer be taking new speakers. I will come back to the clerk to get our final count in a second. So while people are doing that, let me just then start with some just kind of ground rules and norm setting that I'd like to make sure that we were just kind of all aware of expectations. So first, most importantly, the city of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance, and we strive to be able to create a safe space for all to be able to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we can implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much any of us might disagree with it. So if a speaker says something that you disagree with or you find troubling, you are free to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is going to be limited to the amount of time that we provide. Again, it'll be 1 to 3 minutes depending on how many speakers. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you don't clap or make any verbal remarks, as it just may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. If someone does make a comment that's related to a priority, pro-housing, climate change, et cetera, if you'd like to maybe raise your hand to show that you are in support of that, that's fine. That could be beneficial for us. And finally, ask that you honor people's personal space and their right to be able to express themselves. And just kind of helpful to remind everyone, just think of our shared humanity and to practice assuming best intentions tonight. I know difficult times for the world and for so many in our community, so just please respect each other and respect the forum that we've created here for people to be able to share their perspectives. But we're excited to hear the priorities that the public wishes us to pursue tonight. So with that, back to our clerk then, we will shut off public requests to speak. And how many speakers do we have?
We have 31 total speaker requests with one group of 10.
Okay. So then we'll go to 1 minute per speaker, and the group is 10 people.
Yep.
Okay, then we'll do 8 minutes for the group.
All right. Our first speaker is Talha B.
Thank you very much. Council, thank you for allowing us to speak on this. I know you have seen myself and several others for weeks now, and trust me, we would rather be doing other things, but this is the call of the time, and this is why we're here, and we hope that you'll listen. Palestine is a global moral litmus test, and I think there is no bigger issue in our current time that shows if we are practicing cognitive dissonance. Do we act based on the beliefs that we actually hold, or are we morally upright people that will speak when it's necessary, even when it is difficult? Next slide, please. Some facts I'd like to share with you. These numbers are already out of date, but over 26,000 people have been killed in Gaza in the last 114 days. And this number is actually an undercount because we don't know how many thousands are under the rubble. We know about 70% are women and children. Over 15,000 children have been killed in Gaza in the last 114 days. The average age of a child killed in Gaza is 5 years old. I did some Googling, and it turns out that there are a little over 10,600 children enrolled in K through 12 schools in the city of Palo Alto. I just want you to imagine what it would be like for the Bay Area, for California, for the United States to lose every single one of those children. The parents, the grandparents, the aunts and uncles, the brothers, the sisters who survive. What effect does that have on a community, a state, a country, on this world? Next slide, please. Over 1,000 children have lost one or more limbs. That's a leg or an arm or more. 1,000 children in a area with a population of 2 million. Can you imagine what that looks like? 62,000 people have been injured. These are severe injuries. 70% of the homes in Gaza are gone. There's nowhere for them to return to. And 85% of Gazans are now homeless. That's 1.9 million people. Next slide, please. We know this. Starvation is currently being used as a weapon. Over 2.2 million people, that's the population of Gaza, are going without one or more meals a day. And 500,000, 500,000 right now, as we speak, are starving. People are already dying. The food is only miles away. It's not a naturally generated catastrophe of crops. The food is just not getting to the people that need it. Next slide, please. This is a child in Gaza. This is a quote from a doctor that they would never imagine they would see children with acute malnutrition in this way. These are newborns. Kids are being born every single day into a world where there is no milk for them, there is no safety for them, there is no heating for them. The climate of Gaza is identical to the climate of Palo Alto. I checked the weather, it is the same. It's actually been raining every single day, but we have the same beautiful Mediterranean climate, but when you don't have a home, you don't have shelter, can you imagine how those people are suffering? Next slide, please. This is a war on children, make no mistake about it. Doctors Without Borders had to come up with a new acronym, WCNSF. That's Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. That's how many children come through the doors of the remaining hospitals in Gaza that are essentially servicing people as a first aid clinic. There are no real surgeries happening, and I'll show you what that looks like. This little girl's name is Iman. My daughter's name is Iman, a 16-month-old that lives here in Palo Alto, that sleeps in a warm bed, that has toys to play with, right? But the world of difference that this daughter has, someone's daughter, and mine, could not be any starker. And it is our responsibility, it is my responsibility as a father to speak up. This little girl is now an orphan. Next slide, please. This is going to be difficult. It is blurred, but we have to see what's happening. Next slide, please. This is a doctor in Gaza. He is amputating. This is actually his niece, but he calls her his daughter. He's a doctor. A tank blasted their house. He brought her down to their dining room table. That's her leg in the blue bag, and that's her leg amputated at the knee. She is fully awake. There is no anesthesia. Next slide, please. This is Nasser Hospital. Next slide. This is one of the few functioning hospitals in Gaza. I just want you to take a look around this child. The floor is covered in blood. It is covered in other patients being treated. It is our moral obligation when we see things like this to say stop, not in our name and not with our money. It is horrendous what's happening. Next slide, please. One thing that didn't occur to me until I had a friend who has a brother with autism speak about the children with disabilities in Gaza, who are in the thousands. Next slide, please. You'll see even children with disabilities are not spared from what's occurring. We can move on to the next slide. It looks like this video is not playing. But there are thousands of children with autism, Down syndrome, other cognitive and physical disabilities living through this war that we are not saying stop for them. Next slide, please. Her child has passed away. If you look closely, you can actually see the child's foot, the right foot, has a huge gash in it. I just don't have words for this. Making this was one of the most difficult things for me to do. I broke down many times. This is not the shock value. This is the reality. This is from the last week, by the way. I didn't have to go back to October, November, December. All of these videos are very recent. Next slide, please. These are two brothers. This is 2 days ago. Nahid went out of the house. There was nothing going on in their neighborhood. They were hoping to leave. He was shot. His brother Ramiz ran after him, and he was shot and slumped over. And there was an interview with the family. The daughter, the younger sister, witnessed this whole thing playing out. The family could do nothing. They looked on in horror. They had to lock themselves in their house, and their two children died in front of them. Next slide, please. Next slide as well. This is Muhammad. He's a 13-year-old in Gaza. His mother was killed in an airstrike. His father, they don't know the whereabouts of him. He has 7 siblings, including a 6-month-old, who he is now raising. A 13-year-old child is now raising a 6-month-old. Next slide, please. This is a child being pulled from the rubble. I won't show you that. You get the point. Next slide, please. This is also a video of a child. You can see the image. She's receiving severe stitches with no anesthesia. She's just screaming in the video. I will save you from that. Next slide. Why should Palo Alto care? Next slide, please. Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Do we believe these words? Next slide, please. The US sends $3.8 billion to the state of Israel. That's $475 million from California. That's about $1 million or more from this city. That means it's our obligation to say something. It is happening in our names. This is not an international issue where the city council can only talk about the streets and the potholes on El Camino. This is a real problem that we need to speak up about. Next slide, please. Imagine if it was your child, your brother, your mother, your sister. Next slide. And I'll leave you with this. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter.
Your time
Please
is up.
do not be silent about things that matter. I urge you, agendize a ceasefire resolution and pass it to show that this city cares about people outside of its borders. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Floyd N.
Hello, everyone. My name is Floyd Neeson. I'm a junior at Gunn High School, and I'm a member of Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. The fondest memories from my childhood include spending hours with my grandfather in Hawaii's forests, beaches, and oceans. However, as I've grown up, I've realized the fleeting nature of these experiences. With the devastating effects of climate change, many of these places will be unrecognizable for future generations. Me and my fellow students have persistently advocated for the climate, but at the end of the day, we need your help to make change. The climate crisis can make me feel powerless and hopeless. Instead of pushing these thoughts and fears aside, as everyone does, I am here today to call upon you, the council, to be our voices and to be our power. We have just 6 years left until the 80 by 30 goal, and with the gas sunset date that PASC and 350 proposed just last week, this goal is attainable. Council members, I believe that we can do this. We can preserve the environment for future generations and pioneer sustainability as a model for surrounding cities. We urge you to make
Your
climate
time
change
is up.
a
Please
top
make your
priority for
final
2024.
statement.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, council and city team. There is a special kind of health impact which often gets diluted in the heat map, which are health impacts to residents from a toxin or a hazard that needs a little bit more attention, I believe. Handling health impacts have known protocols. The level and quality of information about the potential hazard matters, as well as citizen engagement. The city is investing substantially in competing priorities, but it's time to give these hazards and toxins and how you deal with them more attention. What this means is that how the city handles these concerns must be visible, with well-explained objectives for any initiative, and receive council oversight and regular direction, not left solely to a regional or other agency or delegating to staff and council liaisons, which eliminates transparency and your engagement. How will we know what council can or is willing to do or not do on these issues?
Your time is up. Please
All
say
right,
your
I
final
will send the rest by email. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, now my number one priority is absolutely with speaker number one. Extraordinary job of speaking about the plight of the Palestinians, but all of our plights. Thank you. Today, my number one also priority is I met with Don Austin, myself as a representative of the Legal Redress Committee for the NAACP, with Sean Allen, who is the chair of the Legal Redress Agreement, to talk about, and by the way, Julie, thank you for meeting with the parents on this issue. I didn't give them my name as a reference because I wasn't sure you'd give them a meeting. I'm just kidding, Julie, but this is an important thing. They have something called the NPAS that's going around. You can figure out what that is. White kids and other kids going up to black kids and asking if they can use the N word. And it was a very constructive hour-and-a-half conversation. I'll give you more on that. It's an outrage that you didn't let us address the agenda items on priorities. We should have been given that opportunity under the Brown Act. It's my position. Let's continue to have—
Your time is up. Please make your final statement. Thank you. Our next speaker is Darlene Y.
Thank you for your efforts on airplane noise, including the over-energy problem at Eddy Waypoint with SFO and the FAA. Leading the 6-city letter for comment on the FAA noise policy review, GBAS impacts on residents, and hosting the POW charrette and sustainability plan. Please sustain your effort for airplane noise as part of the community health and safety priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deshelle L.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. As an individual, I'd like to thank the speaker before me who called in for a ceasefire in Gaza. I'll now represent myself as the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We would like to thank you for prioritizing climate change and the natural environment in 2023. I'm here to ask you to continue this priority into 2024 with a focus on biodiversity. We're eager to see progress on climate impacts, on bird-safe design, on dark sky policies, as well as the creek protection ordinance. We hope you keep moving forward to maximize nature-based adaptation solutions along the shoreline as well. Climate change mitigation, nature-based adaptation, and the protection of biodiversity are critically important. Please continue this priority into 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Penny Elson, speaking as an individual. I would like to ask council to focus on some specific priorities. First, please focus planning and funding for improvements to community service facilities, especially Coverly, public works, and multimodal transportation in areas where the city has opted to focus state-mandated high-density housing development. Please restore the fire truck to the Mitchell Park Fire Station number 4. This is an area of special sensitivity due to the large number of Eichlers and Mackey homes and the high density housing and construction that's about to come to this area. Please invigorate the city's commitment to alternative transportation on every front. The denser we grow, the more transportation mode shift is needed. And finally, please finalize decision-making regarding rail grade separations in time to capture available county, state, and federal funding. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service, City Council.
Our next speaker is Neha T.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Neha, and I'm a junior at Saratoga High School. As part of my school's Environmental Action Club, along with my support of natural grass over artificial turf, I'm here to request support for the adoption of a light pollution control ordinance, which would in turn protect wildlife and people alike. Unlike many other forms of pollution, light pollution is reversible, and there are measures we can take to restore the deep darkness of the sky, and it is up to us to make that change. I hope the city sees the various harms and considers doing a study about light pollution. I recommend adopting a light pollution control ordinance similar to that of Cupertino's and promoting lighting systems and practices that conserve energy and prevent overlighting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah S.
I'm Deborah Simon, the chairperson for Friends of Coverly. I implore you to make Coverly redevelopment a top priority for the coming year. The facility continues to degrade with no decrease in usage. There's momentum within the city government regarding a possible land swap, and I ask that you all take advantage of this momentum and work cooperatively with the school board and our community to move the redevelopment forward. This amazing resource needs our attention now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken H.
I want to echo the previous speaker. Let's get Coverly done. 2024, it's about time. We've been kicking the can down the road. We got to do something. It's not that complicated. Please do something this year.
Our next speaker is Cedric Della B.
Good evening, council and community. Thanks for this night and considering these priorities. So I'd like to see a council strive for a priority for right relation, which encompasses a lot of things. That can be seen as the interconnectedness of all beings centers our responsibility and reciprocity in relationships. So that extends to all beings and our relation to the world. So how would we address that? I would say that would include a lot of things, but climate change. Thank you for your commitment to renaturalize Matadero Creek. I'd like to see that continue and seeking further opportunities to restore our channelized creeks. The dark skies, phase out of pesticides and switching to integrated pest management. The city already does IPM. Quieter engines for airplanes, I think, would be something that we could start to push for within the R-controlled airport.
Your time is up.
And many more things. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Linda H.
Sorry, can you come to the microphone so everybody can hear? No, we won't start it until you reach the microphone. No rush.
I'd like to encourage you to continue focusing on biodiversity and the natural environment in Palo Alto's 2024 priorities. For time, I'm going to focus on birds. According to a study just published by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, 96 million people in the United States are engaged significantly with birds. That's more than 35% of adults aged 16 or over. This study suggests that Palo Altans would be very supportive of anything that we do for the environment and for bird conservation. But in North America alone, the bird population has declined by 3 billion birds since the 1970s. More than 1 in 4 birds vanished in less than a lifetime. These feathered bellwethers are telling us and showing us that if we don't address the damage we've done to the environment and the natural world, this will be our fate as well. Much work has been done to date in Palo Alto, and thank you, and the work needs to continue. For example, bird-safe
Your
buildings,
time is up.
reducing light pollution, and just the final thing is that it's really obvious that anything that we do to protect birds will also be good for people.
Thank you, but your time is up. Our next speaker is Jan H.
Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of the Senior Eating Nutrition Program in Palo Alto, known as La Comida. We have been homeless for the last years when the building, historic landmark building on Bryant Street, known as Avenidas, was remodeled. And the addition to that building that was provided to us by the Rotary Club of Palo Alto was not included as a separate entity to the plan of remodeling. And since the remodeling, we have had 1 or 3 or 4 different options, nothing very consistent to provide us with the same possibilities of serving seniors in Palo Alto. A nutritious, hot meal every day. These are for 60 and over people, and some of you will be there sooner than you
Your
think.
time is up. Please make your
Thank
final
you very
statement.
much. Please consider putting pressure on the building that is only costing $1 a year. We're now paying $3,500 a year
Your time is
to
up.
provide service.
Our next speaker is Shreya.
Good evening, council members. My name is Shreya Vardhan. I'm a postdoc in physics at Stanford, and I'm representing 350 Palo Alto Climate Action. I'm here to urge you to put building electrification at the top of your priority list. The city of Palo Alto should aim to be both an inspiration and a practical example for the rest of the world by showing that it is truly possible to electrify every single home. Last year, the city installed 200 heat pump water heaters in homes around Palo Alto, falling far short of its goal of 1,000. We need to strategize about what we can do to accelerate the process. One opportunity comes from the current grid modernization project in a neighborhood between Luis Amarello, 101 and Embarcadero. The grid update will make it possible in principle for every home in this neighborhood to electrify fully. So can we make sure that they really do so by the end of this year? We urge the city to streamline the permitting process and provide the residents with additional incentives to electrify, such as group discounts. If we can electrify each of these 1,200 homes this year, we would have a model for the rest
Your
of the city.
time is up. Please make your final statement. Thank you.
Cities around the world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt S.
I am terrified for the future of our children, and they're terrified too. And we have to listen to their voices. We have to listen to their voices when they say we must stop burning fossil fuels. And we have to listen to their voices when they say we have to stop killing kids in war. And so I urge you to listen to them and set an end of flow date for Palo Alto Utilities and let them know that you really care about their future. And put a resolution before City Council to call for a ceasefire so that you can tell them that you don't support killing kids. Killing kids anywhere is killing kids everywhere. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Lease M.
Hello, Council. I'm here again to ask for a ceasefire resolution to protect the indigenous people of Palestine. Before I spoke about how genocide and ecocide are linked for the climate crisis. As of today, 121 Palestinian reporters have been targeted and murdered. That's more than one per day, in order to suppress the images and stories, but we have seen it all, and many of us have seen it before, and now the ICJ has seen it. And I would highly recommend reviewing their preliminary ruling because they did order a cease of genocidal acts by Israel. This has opened the door for further litigation against any governing body, state and federal, as well as private corporations that support of Israel to carry out these genocidal acts. Israel is entering a pariah state, and therefore we are not only demanding a ceasefire agreement, but a divestment agreement similar to that of City of Hayward from companies that are funding Israel's crimes. The time of colonial genocidal impunity is over. Please work with us to heal the trauma of our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adele G.
My name is Adele. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. We all mourn the loss of life in Israel and Gaza, but I'm here representing hundreds of other Palo Altans who thank you for not considering a ceasefire resolution, which has fractured, as you know, many cities over the Bay Area. We value your time, and we want to be sure that you can focus on local priority setting, so we did not all show up. Please know that we support your decision to keep our city united and not consider supporting a resolution that brings hate and anger wherever it is introduced.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
If you read the Israeli press, you would know that just Sunday there was a conference for the victory of Israel. Settlement brings security, returning to the Gaza Strip and northern Samaria. And it was attended by nearly half of the representatives of Israel, including 5 of the people in the cabinet. It was basically calling for the recolonization of all of Gaza. All of Gaza. So what do they mean to do with the Palestinians? They mean to drive all of them out of Gaza. This is a genocide. And what's been happening is, it's like, the frog in the water, and the water's heated slowly. The water's boiling. It's boiling in America. It's boiling in Israel. If you don't wake up, it's all going to be boiled. And we can't undo what's happening in Gaza. It's getting to where it's going to be completely fatal, and we're paying for it. Please speak up. Palo Alto's got a voice.
Your time is
You have
up.
our voice. Please speak for us. We need a ceasefire.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
Please continue to prioritize flood mitigation for 2024, including Newell Bridge, San Francisco Creek Reach 2, and the Hamilton Ave storm drain upgrade. This will increase flood protection for thousands of homes in Crescent Park, Duvenick, and St. Francis neighborhoods. Please add the Hamilton Ave storm drain upgrade as a new project for 2024, which would reduce the likelihood of the houses that flooded in the New Year's Eve 2022 from flooding again, as well as provide much needed incremental protection for Duvenick and St. Francis. This project was described in the city's June 2015 Storm Drain Master Plan update, written by Sharp and Wheeler as Project 9, and at that time was listed as a high priority and is one of the top remaining storm drain projects. Please add this Hamilton Ave storm drain upgrade project and include it in the budget for adoption for June 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica K.
As we look to a new year of local issues, we must recognize that Palestine is a local issue. Last year, Palo Alto, Texas supplied $951,500 to Israel, nearly $1 million. With this much money, we could list Israel as a dependent on our tax returns. But what do they do with this money? In Gaza, 20,000 babies have been born into genocide. Miscarriage rates are up 300%, and mothers who are able to deliver do so with no anesthesia anesthesia and fake a bleak future with no postnatal care. Many new mothers are unable to produce breast milk because of their own starvation. Babies and toddlers have started dying from hunger and from freezing to death. We need to call for a ceasefire to end our complicity in these travesties. Lastly, I want to say that while you may consider some of our politics radical, calling for a ceasefire is not radical. Your council's not being asked to take Israel to court for 75 years of occupation. We are only asking that this council call for an end of the bombardment of Gaza. Ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Shawnee Kay.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and I speak as a resident as well. I wish to thank you for prioritizing climate change and the natural environment last year and ask that these priorities continue this year. Palo Alto has made great progress with the adoption of the Urban Forest Master Plan. Horizontal levees moving forward. So our planning processes for reducing light pollution, for protecting birds from collision, and the creek ordinance is moving forward. Those are all great things. There's a lot more to do. Darren Anderson, when the last meeting that he came to the PRC, his presentation included a little lizard. And he talked to us about how wonderful that little lizard is and all the different things that it brings to our enjoyment and health. I would like to see those lizards in all our parks. We can do a lot more to make all our environment, all our parks, all our streets. We can implement the pollinator corridors that are envisioned in the comprehensive plan. A lot more to do. Please continue.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Sarith H.
I want to thank the City Council for their continued efforts to keep Palo Alto a unified and safe place for all. I think we all here know that a city resolution on global affairs lacks significance and effectiveness. The only impact a ceasefire resolution would have is simply more hate and violence against the Jewish and Israeli population. What we are witnessing locally is an information war, a fight to shift public opinion against Jews, Israel, and the West. We have seen the violent protests, the attacks on Jews, the destruction of Jewish symbols, vandalism just yesterday, and signs and hateful chants and signs even here during council meetings. These aggressive displays, as you can watch right now at the Santa Clara School Board meeting, are more geared towards seeking division, fear, and animosity than peace, resolution, and coexistence. A ceasefire would be nothing more than a battle won in that very war. It would not change anything for the people of Gaza. Last Friday, the ICJ in The Hague dismissed all accusations of genocide against Israel, did not call for a ceasefire. I ask this council to do the same and remove resolution once and for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie G.
Hello, I'm Natalie. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I wanted to remind council of the overwhelming response to your survey, where the people said in no uncertain terms that their priority is building more housing. We have priced out members of our community, including those that we thanked earlier this evening, and this is not a new problem. High prices, super commutes have been reported on for the last 20 years. This is also not a new priority, so I ask for bold and swift action. I have seen it this past year. I was encouraged by your take on Cal Ave, and I would urge you to do more of that. More efficient governance, more area plans, and more housing for those in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reed Kay.
Hi, my name is Reed. I'm a local resident. Good evening. So there's a lot of items on the priority list that people have been proposing. Most of them cost money. One of them I want to point to generally does not. It generates revenue. And that is developing new housing, permitting developing new housing. That generates property taxes and impact fees and all the things that make our city government run so that we can deliver on the other priorities on our list. Housing supports local business through increased business activity. It supports schools through additional enrollment, taxes, reduces the cost of living, reduces pollution by reducing car dependence, reduces long-haul commuting. We have a jobs imbalance here, and one way to fix that, add more housing. I just urge you, don't allow the backwards policies of yesterday rob future generations of their own prosperity. Allow new homes to be built at increased levels of density everywhere in the city.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward. I'll just build on what Reed said. I've been thinking, as I do, a lot about the approximately 1,500 units of Builder's Remedy housing units that have been submitted to the city. I literally did a back of the envelope, it is an envelope, calculation about what this means. Not only do we get 300 units of BMR, affordable BMR housing at zero cost to the city, but we would also receive approximately $4 million in school fees, $15 million in general housing impact fees, $40 million in park fees, $2 million for libraries, $3 million for community centers, $36 million in additional retail dollars spent based on average per capita city resident spending. I look at housing for housing's sake. I think it's that important. But I also think about all these other goals we're being asked to prioritize. With additional funds, we could probably accomplish a lot more. And I hope housing becomes a key to accomplishing that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randy M.R.
Hi, can you hear me? Housing, yes, affordable housing. Living in a cardboard box is not pleasant, nor is living under a bridge, in a cave, or amidst the rubble. I should say I now live at the corner of Birch and Construction, where the new police and safety building is in completion, and the new teacher housing is also proceeding really rapidly. This is important. But here's something maybe we can also consider: converting all those empty office buildings. They're new buildings, brand new, on El Camino. I walk the neighborhood, they're there. Let me just speak to the other issue. Martin Luther King has been quoted, and he also said, hate begets hate. And as far as the situation in the Middle East, what we can do is look for forgiveness of each other. Forgiveness and understanding is going to be the only way forward there. It's going to be really hard, because it's hard to forgive all the losses.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan H.
Good evening. I'm Susan Hinton, speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club Loma Prieda's chapter's Plastic Pollution Prevention Team. When it comes to climate concerns, petroleum plastic solids affect our drinking water, negate our landscape's ability to sequester carbon, and add to landfill waste. Tonight, I'm going to address a plastic that is being literally spread over our landscape: artificial turf. Artificial turf cannot be sustainably recycled. Even advanced recycling methods cause more pollution than was created during their original production. The California Coastal Commission recently told UCSB that it cannot replace a grass field with artificial turf due to potential impacts. I urge Palo Alto to join the cities of Millbrae and San Marino to make a moratorium or ordinance banning the use of artificial turf within its jurisdiction. This is actually a money-saving idea. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole L.
Hello, good evening, and thank you, Honorable Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Nicole, and I'm part of Saratoga High School's Environmental Action Club. I live in Saratoga, and I'm a junior at Saratoga High School. First, I would like to thank you for your work on progressing bird-safe building and dark sky policies, and hope that the policies will be further this year. Next, I'd like to ask you to add artificial turf to your priority bills list. According to the EPA, the most potent source of water pollution is urban runoff. Artificial turf is a major contributor to this problem, polluting waterways with hundreds of pounds of PFAS and plastics per year per field. I still remember when I was taking part in my school's color guard and PE. After running around for mere minutes, I had already gotten handfuls of rubber pellets stuck in my shoe, which just goes to show how easily the plastic can spread. In fact, one report from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found PFAS in the blood of 97% of Americans. For the immense health and safety concern, we urge you to include artificial turf in your priority list and support developments of robust protections for creek corridors. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Aiden C.
Okay. Good evening, Sunnyvale City Council. I'm a junior at Saratoga High School, and I'm here as part of my school's Environmental Action Club. First, I'd like to thank you for your work on progressing bird-safe building and dark sky policies, and I hope that your commitment to conservation will continue throughout this year. However, there's still work to be done, such as on artificial turf. Artificial turf has a number of issues, including toxicity and heat. All artificial turf contains PFAS, whether that is because of the manufacturing process or to get the plastic special properties. PFAS have a lot of terrible impacts on health, like increased risk of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and organ damage, and also has a severe heat issue, rising to temperatures as high as 160 degrees Fahrenheit. With the rain, the PFAS and plastic flow in troves into waterways where they poison wildlife. We also support developments of robust protections for creek corridors, which provide an important habitat and sources of food to wildlife. This and a ban on artificial turf would both protect the environment and biodiversity.
Our next speaker is Ceasefire N.
Abir, Asma, Amir, Ibrahim, Kfir, Maryam, Muhammad, Mustafa, Noor, Omar, Sana, Sara, Uday, Yusuf. I mourned the murder of my dad at a funeral with no body. I've never been one to speak the names of the dead, but now I must. My list of lost loved ones is 14 names long, not counting those I knew less closely. Every moment, that list could grow longer. My list took a second each, with only given names. If it took 3 seconds to speak every name, it would take over 24 hours to speak the names of the over 30,000 dead from all of our lists. As you know, Palo Alto has funded Israel with $951,000. If you listened closely, you'll recognize that one of my loss was Jewish Israeli. I ask that you stop using my tax dollars to kill the people I love in the name of others I love. Please put a ceasefire resolution on your docket and stop tearing my family apart. Ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Lori M.
I had a very different comment written for tonight, wishing you the best during your retreat and thanking you for not harming our city with a ceasefire resolution. But then I heard that another swastika was found in Palo Alto yesterday, right outside Pierce Park. This is where my kids, and maybe your kids too, love to play. This is just another in a series, including the swastika along the bike route to Nixon and Escondido, and the swastika right near Pali. They are targeting Jewish kids. Several weeks ago, the Jewish community met with the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission. We made one simple recommendation: adopt the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. As you set priorities tonight, know that the most urgent recommendation in this strategy is anti-Semitism education for our city leadership. We've met with several well-respected trainers and are bringing these recommended programs to the HRC. But we need to start at the top, building anti-Semitism training for city leadership into your community health and safety priorities for the year.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your care for Palo Alto.
All right, thank you everyone for your comments. It is 7 o'clock now. We are perfectly on schedule. That is rare. So we will take our break. Again, we're just going to slightly modify. We're going to extend our first break by 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 7:15 and reduce our second break by 5. So we'll see everybody back here at 7:15. Thank you. And again, there is food in the back. If you haven't had a chance to eat, please grab some food. So, Mr. Dennis, I think we're back to you then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope everyone's enjoying their meal. So we are we changed the time, obviously, instead of 7:10, 7:15, under 2C, selection of 2024 council priorities and discussion on strategies to achieve priorities. Just from a time perspective, we're going to spend about 20 minutes on the priority selection process, discussing that, and we'll spend the bulk of the remainder of this section on discussion of the strategies to achieve priorities. So there's 3 questions in your packet, and also the ad hoc purpose statements. We'll come to that in just a moment. So, well, again, I appreciate being here this evening. The conversation in front of you is an opportunity for you as council members to have a discussion with yourselves, facilitated by me, around the current 4 priorities: economic recovery, transition, climate change, and natural environment protection and adaptation, housing for social and economic balance, and community health and safety. So what we'll be looking to do in this portion of the meeting is to check in with each of you to see if this is the correct mix of priorities moving forward. So it's an opportunity to reflect on the current ones, any additional ones you want to see, any modifications. Before we jump into the facilitated portion of the discussion, I know that the mayor had a few comments here related to an item he wanted to bring up. You, Mr. Mayor. This was related to your thoughts on additional priorities.
I think I'll just bring this up organically with I don't need to make any special comment on it, so I'll just add it during the discussion. But thank you.
So we'll just move to the broadest question that is in front of you, which is the 4 current priorities. Are these the correct priorities for the council to be considering moving forward? Any amendments, changes, alterations, or otherwise that you'd like to see? And I'll call on the first person who is brave enough to raise their hands tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. And could we move this slide forward? Keep going. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Any council members have any initial thoughts on this portion of the meeting? Lydia.
I like the current priorities, and I read that the Policy and Services also recommended to keep it, and I also read many of the community members said, to continue with it. I do believe it's a good set where we have climate change and the natural environment included in it. And I want to thank the council for doing that previously in the previous years, especially with protection and adaptation. So good priorities to continue as recommended. But I did want to ask in regards to setting it for 2 years, I think I would like to hear from staff as to whether that is something that is reasonable and that is achievable. Because right now we have it at 3 for some of the priorities. When we put together priorities, was there a timeline that was set? My understanding was 3 years, but I may be wrong.
Right. I believe the council's protocols call for a maximum of 3 years, really as much as anything to ensure some evolution or change over time. But from a staff perspective, we see no concerns with proceeding with this set.
For 2 years. Very good. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other council members? Vicky.
Just briefly.
Add afterwards.
I'll be brief. I like sticking with these 4. I can't imagine not having housing, climate change, community health and safety. I mean, those just have to be priorities. Economic recovery and transition, I might just suggest we consider renaming it economic development and transition, because we, at least per our recent staff reports, have largely recovered from the pandemic and such. But I think it's still very important that we keep this as a focus area. So for me, I would just suggest a slight renaming to economic development, perhaps, and transition.
Thank you. I do see some nods. I'd like to keep this fresh while folks are still thinking about it. Are there any concerns about changing the title of the priority as Vicky has suggested? A couple nods.
Well,
Pat?
I'll just say it sounds good, but what I like to do is be able to digest it a little bit more, but that seems right. I don't want to immediately snap decision.
Understood. Any initial thoughts? Since we'll, any other initial thoughts on this change of title? No? Julie?
+1 it. I appreciate that it reflects a transition out of the pandemic and into the future. There's still so much to focus on, and I like the replacement of recovery with development.
All right, thank you. Ed?
Yeah, I like the shift that Councilmember Vinker recommended. I think that's really more on point and talks about a bit more comprehensive, the job that's ahead of us, which makes it bigger. Thank you. But that's exactly the job that we have. So I really appreciate that add. And I'm very committed to these 4. Certain ones, even to Councilmember Koo's point, aren't going to last for just 3 years. We have housing in front of us for the next 15 or more as a critical priority. So I'd stay very committed to these 4.
Thank you very much. Opening it back up to general comments. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm in alignment with everyone so far. Completely agree. Of all of these, the one that I would have been open to some modification was economic recovery and transition, because I think we're past that point, and economic development seems much more in line with what we are striving to achieve. When we get a little later into the discussion, I think kind of opening up community health and safety and maybe kind of focusing in on where are some more pressing needs that we can really be a little more focused on makes sense for me. So when we get there, I mean, as I said before, that I think youth well-being and mental health needs to be a top concern, but also looking at senior citizen needs as well as some other areas where we have seen economic recovery and transition out of the pandemic from kind of a more fiscal perspective. We haven't really seen that from a mental health perspective, and so a little more focus there. But other than that, I do think these council priorities are still good. That was whole part of our discussion, I guess, last year about saying, should we continue these? And looking at how much we've accomplished is great. I think showing that having a multi-year goals is helpful in being able to do that, but clearly there's still a lot on the table, and would hate to see a lot of this fall off if it was not prioritized. So it does seem like we do have definitely enough here to be able to keep our plates very full for this year.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to point out that the mayor did suggest some additional components to the community health and safety item. This might be a quick question for staff, if I could. Given that the conversation related to the detail under the priorities will be a little bit later, would it be appropriate to defer that portion for conversation to that meeting?
You certainly could. I think one question raised by the mayor's comments are, do you want to include that as part of the title to reflect a more specific focus? I'm not exactly sure what that would say, but open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a suggestion for a possible addition to the title that the council members could consider? It doesn't have to be your final answer.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I could see wellness being in that title, because I think that covers a lot of important things. But I think also health encompasses wellness as well. So I'd be curious if other people have thoughts there. I'm not really sure right now how to modify that.
Thank you. Do other members of the council have any thoughts on the mayor's suggestion for this change to the title to encompass a little broader scope? Vicki?
Yeah. I like his suggestions as to what we encompass within it. Certainly mental health is a priority. My father was a professor of health education, and he was preaching physical and mental and behavioral health since the 50s and 60s. So for me, I like health as being the broader term. But I do think that when we get down to the lower priorities, we really need to be more express about mental health. So I think I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other thoughts on this specific item? Julie?
I'd be in favor of community health, safety, and wellness. I do think wellness signals a proactivity. You know, when we think about what might happen with Cubberley, if we're able to be the community that really transforms that site, when we think about the gym that's being proposed, the proactive, forward-looking, you know, what keeps us well rather than what protects us when our body is suffering. I just think it's the other side of the coin, so I'd love to see it in there.
Reactions, Pat?
Yeah, I'm probably good with that. When we discussed health and incorporated it a year ago, we very much talked about mental health and other wellness-related aspects. I'm struggling with to what degree is wellness a subset of health? To what degree are we kind of putting a redundancy in there? But I think I'd be good with it. The other thing I wanted to bring up was what Lydia was asking about, just to clarify that our procedures give a recommendation that it be a maximum of 3 years. It's not a law. And that the recommendation, if I want to make sure I understood the P&S recommendation, if we're buying into it, which is that we essentially are going to adopt almost unchanged the same priorities as we've had this last year, and that constitutes a 2-year focus, which is better than jumping around from year to year. But I want to make sure it wasn't implied one way or another that we couldn't continue these next year and the following year if that's what we decided. So it's not limiting us, it's just describing what we'll do at a minimum is carry them on for 2 years. Is that correct? And is that everybody's understanding or not?
Lydia?
I do agree with Councilmember Burt, you know, that we leave it open for more years. I remember once upon a time we were actually trying to advocate for emergency preparedness and mitigations, and that took a number of years just to get it started, acknowledged, come up with the programs and so forth. So that took multiple years. And so having the flexibility so that we're able to have, should one of the priorities or whatever need to have more time, that we allow that flexibility.
Thank you. I want to stick with this theme so we don't lose it. Any other thoughts on the time frame that Council Members Burt and Co mentioned? Is there consensus around that? Vicki?
+1, I don't know how we think it likely not to be able to, or not to need to prioritize at least one, if not more, of these in future years. So, yes.
Okay. Not seeing Ed's got a thumbs up, so that works. Great. Seeing consensus, wonderful. So continue back to the broader question. It does sound like that we are starting to get some consensus around these 4 priorities to continue them per the P&S recommendation, with the potential addition of wellness at the end of the community health and safety item. Pat, I know that you wanted to marinate a little bit on that concept. I thought I'd just bring it back to you since approaching consensus. Good. Okay, great. Thank you, Pat. Lydia?
Can I ask the mayor to kind of maybe help me understand the opening of community health and safety, and what were you hoping that we can add to it?
Yeah, great. Thank you for the softball.
Sorry.
It was good. I wanted the opportunity and the opening. Really, I mean, as I mentioned in my opening remarks when I became mayor, wanting to focus on youth well-being and mental health, and won't repeat my arguments at the time, but really how much how much of an impact the pandemic had on our youth and their mental health, and how rates of loneliness and suicidal ideation and all these other really concerning red flags that many mental health professionals thought would ease after the pandemic have not, and we're continuing to see those issues across the country and here in Palo Alto. And so wanting to make sure that that is a part of our focus this year, like it was mentioned as well last year during the treat, but would like to have a renewed focus on it. And to also, speaking with the city manager, we're fortunate we do have city staff that are participating in the task force, which I'm incredibly grateful for. And we have Director O'Kane, who's a member of the task force, but we do have the 1 hour rule. City manager was kind enough to exceed that for today for our first meeting. We had our first meeting right before this, and it was a great success. But moving forward, I think the city manager will have to kind of hear that as more of a directive from council in order to be able to dedicate that staffing time, if I understand that correctly.
Yes, so thank you, appreciate that. As I mentioned to the mayor, having full council direction on the youth mental health well-being task force is sufficient for us to both justify having the staff allocated to support it, but also ultimately when we come back with your objectives, to include that as among the priorities for the council to ultimately approve at a more detailed level.
Thank you for helping me understand. I remember you're mentioning about the task force for youth mental health and the reasons behind it. And so I was wondering, for the community health and safety, would you like to perhaps add with an emphasis on youth mental health?
Yep.
Does that accomplish the council directive that we should have that task force?
Is that question to me or the city manager?
City
Me,
manager.
I'd say yes.
Well, it certainly sends us a clear message there, and so that would be welcome. I don't know that it's really essential at that level. Like I mentioned, we could take your discussion tonight, unless there's some disagreement, to include that among the objectives we bring back to you in March.
Great. Well, we are moving along here. Any other comments or suggestions related to what sounds like consensus forming around these four continuations with the edits that have been discussed? Any other thoughts? Okay, so we'll move. Oh, I'm sorry, Julie, please.
I realize that adding anything else puts a whole lot of work on everyone's plates. I think what I'm about to raise is already being addressed in so many ways by the city, through staff and through boards and commissions, and by members of the public. When I hear that children in Palo Alto are coming across a swastika or being made to feel less than because of their Muslim faith, or they're being called the N-word, or in any other way are being mistreated on the basis of their identity, I wonder if we ought to have as a priority something about addressing hate, or I don't have the language. I want to just throw that idea out and see if any colleagues are feeling or wondering similarly.
Vicki.
I want to thank Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I think that's an excellent suggestion. And I might suggest the word belonging. So maybe it's health, safety, and belonging. Or is that not capturing your full? Because when I hear about the hate speech and the swastikas and other symbols, what I worry is that makes people feel unsafe, less than, and that they don't belong. Now, belonging may not be strong enough to get at what you're thinking, but it may be in that direction.
I certainly appreciate that that's probably where it fits, if it's not its own priority. I think which is where I was sort of headed. But no. But I like the idea of 4 priorities. I think it can get unwieldy if we have more. We're only supposed to have 3, according to some of our documents. So I do think it belongs there. And community health, safety. I'm still in favor of wellness. So community health, safety, wellness, and belonging. It does sound. I mean, what we're really getting at is sort of how are you, the human who lives here, trying to make a life, trying to make a home, trying to make your way, raise children. That this is the bullet. This is the priority that speaks to that individual and the extent to which they are doing okay. So I like the idea of it being added there.
Mr. Mayor, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, well, I think this conversation, that's exactly what I was thinking. I appreciate Councilmember Lithcott-Hames bringing that idea up. I was planning on addressing it as a subsection of community health and safety, because I completely agree that should be something that unfortunately we have to renew our focus on this year. And so to me, and I still love your suggestion of including wellness. To me, that seemed to fit within health, safety, and wellness. But if we feel like belonging will just really kind of cement that idea, then I'm supportive of that. But definitely something that needs to be focused on.
Ed.
I think it's extraordinarily important, particularly in what's happening this year in our city. I'm comfortable that it be contained in sort of the objectives under the safety and wellness part, because that's where you get some real specifics going. So I don't think it has to be in the title. I don't think we need to adjust the title. It'll still be quite effective because it's sort of action items we would be taking.
We had on the table earlier a suggested title change. Ed's got a different approach. I saw a few nods. Anyone want to speak to what Ed has?
I was fine with wellness. I don't think we need to go to another word.
Got it. Okay.
I would just say I concur that there's always a temptation to turn a title into a description here. And that's what we're going to do next in the program, is really get into the discussion of what falls under these categories. So I think wellness is probably the more encompassing word for the title, and into what we want to do in programs as we go.
Greg, you looks like you were going to make a comment.
Not on this one, but I can make a comment on the third one on the climate change if you want.
Let's hold 1 second. I want to get some consensus around the title change. Where I heard belonging, is there any strong feelings that should remain as is, or comfortable with wellness? Vicki?
Yeah, I can go with whatever, because I think it really matters what we do to live into it. But for me, if it were up to me, I would say community, health, safety, and belonging, and here's why. My father always talked about medicine being sickness care and health being wellness care. And so I see those as substantially overlapping, at least. And so I don't know that we add a lot. Whereas I think with belonging, it's another concept, and it's so important that I would like to see it lifted up into the heading. Because I had not realized that my colleague was actually suggesting it as a 5th category, and now we're saying no, not a 5th category, but not even in the heading. And so I just don't know, given the gravity of the subject, if it does it enough honor. That said, I really care about what we put under these. So if it were up to me, I would say health, safety, and belonging, but I think it matters more how we live into it.
Julie?
I really appreciate what Vicki just said, and I had been in favor of adding wellness, and just for the sake of not being too verbose here, as we have been with Priority 3, climate change did get a lot of additional language added, so I appreciate that we're trying to keep it high level. I would be very satisfied with community health, because I do agree that wellness is a component of health. Community health, safety, and belonging. Belonging does signal. Let's picture where this is used. This is on slides. It goes out in newsletters. It's signaling to the community what we're trying to be about. And belonging is really speaking to that identity piece of, regardless of the identities you carry and hold and choose, we are interested in you having a belonging here, which is a very different, although related concept to health and safety.
Thank you. couple different ideas. I think there's some passion around the belonging, the use of the word belonging. Does anyone feel opposed to the use of the word belonging instead of wellness? Lydia?
Yeah, I'm not so much opposed to it. I'm just wondering if it's necessary. I think the word belonging goes two ways, right? We want to put out there that we want people to belong to this community or belong overall, but also people need to want to belong as well. So it goes two ways. And then do we look at it as unsuccessful if there is pushback or they don't? I don't know how we measure that is what I'm trying to say. And I think for health and safety, I guess, yeah. So that's my thoughts. I think belonging can definitely fall under community health, but as a subset objective. So I'm kind of not seeing how we're going to measure that as we move forward with that. Anyway, yeah.
Thank you. Ed?
Yes, part of my concern about that is I'm not sure it's going to communicate accurately and broadly to the community, because some people might get that right away and some people might say, what is that? So just the clarity of the language, and I don't want to start wordsmithing here, but you've asked for specific comments on the wording, so that's a concern.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure that we're going to find consensus just yet, but I think that the point was well taken, that there was an addition related to wellness. Just a question to staff. Do you want that word defined tonight, or can that extend into the next conversation? What would be your preference? Not to put you on the spot.
Well, I think what the council's focus on at this point is really the message and how the phrasing of the priority communicates its intent. So I actually think it's time well spent, although to your point, if there's not consensus, then not worth perhaps wrestling over.
Vicky?
To make one more quick little pitch for belonging. When I ran a Sibling Cities Town Hall, it was race and belonging. And when we were doing all the planning calls and people mentioned examples of hate crimes in both cities, and that sense of belonging is different and something sort of specific. And I'm not sure that health captures it. And in terms of measuring, we could measure how many hate crimes, how many, swastikas are painted. We can measure things. Mental health is also very hard to measure, but we find ways to do it. So I'm not sure that that's a distinction for this purpose. So just another thought.
Julie?
I'm going to plus one that and add, when we think about public comment, not just since October 7th, but before, we often hear people coming and asking us to pay attention to these less tangible things that affect the quality of life here and affect the lived experience. And I think belonging, while not everyone may understand what that word means, and I appreciate that we might have to do some educating around what that word means. It is a word, I think, very understood by, and I'm not picking on you, I'm about to say by younger members of our community. It is a word that is very much in parlance. And so I think with a little bit of explanation, we could help people who don't already understand the term to appreciate what it is. So I really like the idea of including belonging, community health, safety, and belonging would feel great to me.
I suspect this conversation will be informed too by the March 4th discussion to see what those particular objectives are underneath, to see how they inform back to the title. But at least we know that there was consensus around some additions, which was the primary one being wellness. I think for the purposes of tonight's meeting, let's stick with that one right now, and then there seems to be good direction to staff to start thinking about these things. How does this all fit together? Does that work for folks?
Now, we typically settle on the
Wanna settle?
priority
Okay,
language.
we'll keep going. I'm just looking at the time, but happy to keep the conversation going. Who else would? I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you've had an opportunity to speak to this in a little while. Maybe I can ask you to comment. What are your thoughts on the ongoing discussion?
Sorry, I thought I did. earlier, I like community health, safety, and wellness, but I think strong arguments are being made for
Belonging.
for belonging. I think there is a distinction there that is more meaningful to some members in our community who do read that word and really understand what it means. And so I do think it's in some ways it's a bit of a term of art for many. And so I'm hesitant to add too much additional language, but I think that's an important enough one to include. But I would not switch wellness out.
Got it. Thank you.
We got
4 words. It'll be right now we have, well, we could be considering community health and safety, wellness, and belonging. Be another way to phrase it. And for those who were not uncomfortable with that the word belonging wasn't rising to the top, any additional thoughts to share with? We have at least 3 colleagues share that they're interested in seeing the word belonging. Pat.
You know, I'm struggling between the value of each of these 4 words and what they mean. But I don't want to get this into such a list that it loses its impact. And I go back to, okay, belonging is a psychological well-being need, and whereas wellness is a broader set of psychological health, really, in many ways, but it's also physical health. And so I'd support, if we're going to include belonging, that we go ahead and not include wellness, but with an understanding that when we look at sub-bullets in our later discussion, that's clearly a major part of what we want to focus on in the community health. So I'd like to keep it to 3 words there that each have broad meaning.
Looking to the other side of the table, Lydia, Greg, and Ed, any thoughts on including belonging instead of wellness? Ed.
I'm going to be slightly repetitive here, but I think that wellness covers more than maybe belonging does. And I really agree with what Pat said earlier. We don't want, a description. We want a title that has some impact. So not crazy about the 4 words there. And the mayor already said that, wellness felt pretty compelled about that in terms of the mental health initiative.
Yeah, please, Vicki.
Yeah, if we want to get rid of a word, we could get rid of the word community, because I think all of this is for the community. It's community economic recovery. Climate change is a little broader, but community natural environment, community housing. So, I mean, climate change is longer. I'm okay with what's there.
Greg, did you want to make a comment? No? Okay. Well, we may, a vote may be of value here. So you have a normal process here, which is a motion and a second. This is sort of a little more informal process. I look to staff to see if there's another way to do that, but that's normally what you do. So you could either take that path, or we could just do sort of a quick show of hands. Mr. Mayor, looking to you.
Maybe for this item, we can go a little more formal to our normal practices. So I'll move that we modify community health and safety to community health, safety, wellness, and belonging.
Second.
And I don't really need to speak to it. I understand the hesitancy to go beyond 3, but I think these are all 4 are important enough and focus on their own particular kind of subsections that have increased need and attention this year.
And +1, and I think that these words have substantial meaning to each of us. I don't know that we need to choose between them. And I think that what Pat said earlier about really what we do underneath them is going to be the key.
Oh, the clerk, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can share this part then, since we're back to a normal normal process. Good. Okay, great. So let's just go. If there's no further discussion on it, all in favor, just raise your hand. Okay. All opposed? All right. So that passes 5-2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. So on the other items, no changes to 2 of the remaining 3, but we do have, and it looked like there was consensus earlier, economic development and transition, to change that title. Are there any significant concerns around that? Any comments? I think we've got consensus there. So we have your 4 priorities for the coming year. They're up on the screen for you to take a look at. I appreciate that.
The last one, lose it, balance. It doesn't have the word balance after economic. Oh.
Thank you, Pat.
Got a lot of margin.
Yeah, that's on that last line, housing for social and economic balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. These are your priorities. Thank you for this discussion. Really appreciate it. Okay, we'll be moving to the next portion of 2C, which is a discussion on the strategies to help achieve these priorities. I hope that everyone had an opportunity to read the supplemental memo. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pat.
Just that now I'm going to get a little formal. These are the priorities for the year. I think we need to vote on the group as the set, just because they're so impactful. And that's what we have also historically done, but I think it needs to be on the record.
Mr. Mayor.
Agreed. And also, I think, sorry, if we can pull up the language.
I also note Greg had wanted to say something about climate when we were still on belonging and wellness.
Sorry, Greg. Before we go to that final vote, please. My apologies.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's probably more of a sub-bullet, but my only point is, we had quite a bit of flooding last year. In fact, I was just talking to someone in the audience who experienced flooding, and there's a lot of things we can't control in terms of climate change and natural environment. But the one thing that we can control as a city is we can actually control flooding, right? Making sure that we replace the Newell Bridge so it doesn't flood, or making sure that the gutters get cleared and stuff like that. So I think we have a storm coming up soon, and for me, I think we want to make sure that we don't have another year of flooding in our city. I mean, for a city as wealthy as ours, not to be able to handle basic things like flooding, even though maybe some might think it's an extraordinary year, I think it's something that we owe it to the people here that we make sure that people's property is safe, right? I had stories of people's goldfish swimming away because of flooding, and it just doesn't make sense that we can't solve that problem. So I think this is fine, but to me, this is kind of like a really important thing, and it's inexcusable that there's flooding in our city.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
One thing I just find that reads a little awkwardly is now economic development and transition. I think economic development sounds cleaner. I can see, we are still in a transition phase from doing more work from home, changing buying habits, transitioning Cal Ave and other areas. So I think it works. It just, I don't know, it doesn't read very naturally to me. So I wonder if there's interest in just dropping off and transition and just keeping with economic development, even though definitely there is still transitional elements to what we're doing.
Pat.
So I agree that it doesn't flow that well, but we dropped recovery, but we are still in a transitional economy, and I think recognizing that what we're not doing is just developing in the same path that we were just organically going. So I think it still adds value, but I agree that it doesn't flow that well.
Other council members have thoughts on this suggested change? Ed?
I think Pat's point is well taken, particularly as we look at retail, where we have a lot of transition that has to happen in our downtown corridors for sure, just physically, and regenerating merchant groups and so on. So I think it might be worth leaving that there for another year.
Does anyone on the council feel strongly about keeping the word transition on, or keeping it off? I don't hear anyone wants to keep it off.
I don't feel strongly. I think there's an argument to get rid of it because development is so broad and it sort of helps you transition inherently, but I don't object to it being there.
Okay. Any other strong opinions? It sounds like for the most part, the consensus was around keeping and transition, so we'll keep that as part of your motion, Mr. or whoever's going to make it. So we'll turn back over to you for the council for a motion.
I will move that we adopt as our 2024 council priorities those shown on the screen.
Second.
Councilmember Vinker, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think we've spoken to it sufficiently. I'm glad to see that we're developing some consensus.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Same.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor can just raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously.
Congratulations on your new priorities.
Mr. Dennis, may I ask a question of the mayor?
Of course.
Are we going to also have referrals tonight?
Yeah, well, that was, how are we, so now we're going to dive into more kind of the strategies underneath it, and that's when I think referrals would be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we're ready to move to the next portion of the meeting. So we're a little behind right now. We're at 8 o'clock. We hope to finish that up by about 7:35, 7:40, but we're doing well. So this next portion of the meeting is an opportunity to reflect on the resource needs as it relates to supporting your priorities. So as you saw, hopefully you had an opportunity to take a look at the supplemental memo in 2C, which includes the items that we'll be discussing in a moment. So if you turn to the third page of that memo, there's a list of 3 questions that the council members were asked in advance through this memo to help engage in this part of the conversation. In thinking back to, if it's helpful to frame this as what does success look like for you as it relates to priorities, this might be a great way to think about those resources underneath. So that slide is up here, so I'll read those questions. How does the council envision its engagement in advancing each priority area? If involving ad hoc committees, are there specific goals to be assigned to each committee? We'll speak to the ad hoc mission statements after this topic. Number 2, what are the key community engagement needs to support and enhance the city's progress towards these goals? And number 3, what resources, staff, council time, financial, partner, or other are needed to achieve the council's vision for each priority? It is sometimes the case that council members can feel somewhat disconnected from their priorities because of the way things are set up. You have an opportunity to vote on those, and then staff goes and does a lot of work, including your ideas to support those programs, and then goes out and implements. So this is an opportunity, I think, to further connect you and broaden that connection back to your priorities by having this really important conversation. So I wanted to just stick with the questions here, and we'll stick with question number 1. We'll do this under the rubric of each priority area. So we'll start with community health, safety, well-being, and belonging. I think I've got that. Thank you. So let's start with question 1. How does the council envision, and these answers may apply to all of them, and you can make that point if you'd like. How does the council envision its own engagement in these areas? Is it the ad hoc committees, and if so, what does that look like for you as it relates to assigning goals to each committee? And this is an open conversation, so whoever's brave want to raise their hand, please feel free to do so. I might pick on you, Lydia. You've gone first so many times.
We're talking about community health?
Yes.
and belonging and wellness and safety.
Yes. So we're looking at the council engagement opportunities.
Open it back to everybody.
We're going to
else.
open it right back up.
Thinking.
Who would like to go first? So maybe a way to think about it too is currently, how is the council engaging? Is that sufficient? If that's a sufficient amount of engagement related to these areas, then that I think that's a worthy statement to make. Ed.
Well, and what's the right word? Wrestling really with, to a certain extent, this part of the discussion we wanted to offer the council an opportunity to have is related to the ad hoc committees. And quite frankly, I think it might be a bit of a force fit to take our 6 existing ad hoc committees and figure out how they fit under each priority. So at the risk of just jumping ahead, it might be worth just
open that one up
speaking to the
rather.
ad hocs, yes, more directly, and that would, I think, give the council the opportunity to then weigh in on how they fit with the priorities that have both just been approved as well as getting the work done. So I believe we actually added, we'll see if this got into the set, another slide that lists the, next slide please, if it made it. Yes, it does. Okay, so we wanted to include a slide that actually lists the 6 ad hoc committees that were established last year and provide an opportunity to weigh in on these specific points. We have a supplemental memo that provides staff first cut at the purpose statements that could be used for each of the ad hoc committees, and a secondary question to their purpose would be which ad hocs would the council envision continuing to act informally versus those that might be subject to Brown Act, in which case all of the meetings would be public, as well as then recorded and available for really tracing the work over the course of the year or whatever duration council determines are appropriate for those committees. With that, city attorney may wish to comment, but also don't want to put him on the spot in case I missed anything that was necessary for the setup on this particular discussion.
Thanks, Ed. That pretty much covers it, although I would just say that in terms of the direction, content of the purpose statement may depend on whether you decide to keep a committee as ad hoc or decide that ad hoc committee follow the Brown Act procedures. So we may have to revisit a purpose statement depending on how you all decide to conduct the business of the different ad hoc committees.
Thank you for that, Ed. Appreciate it. We'll turn it back to the council with that little bit of a modification for the discussion. Who would like to jump in? Pat.
Well, first, I think we need to have a little more clarification discussion on why we're having this discussion. And that is around that ad hoc committees have their own limited scope and duration, which is not precisely defined, but under state law, they're not, we can't simply take a standing committee and say it's exempted from the Brown Act procedures because we call it an ad hoc. And so it has to be a more defined scope and for a more limited duration. And so that's why we're struggling with this right now. And one of the things that we will want to ask ourselves, do we either this year or following years transition any of these to being permanent council committees, like we have a rail committee that's an ongoing, it's not an ad hoc committee, or some of these going to be limited duration, or do they change their scope in a year? Right now, the focus of the Coverly Committee is on helping facilitate the land acquisition for Coverly. Once that's accomplished, there could be an entirely different purpose of a Coverly-related ad hoc that's about developing the site plan and the funding or who knows what. You know, I don't know that we'll have a retail ad hoc on an ongoing basis. And some of these, too, have relationships to some of our existing standing committees. So we have a legislative committee that role used to be by the Policy and Services Committee, but I understand that there's an interest in having a deeper dive into a lot of this than you have in some of the public meetings that are restricted by the formality and the scheduling and all of that. So I just wanted to frame it that way, and then I wanted to say that in our memo, as I looked it over, and then I was talking with the city attorney and city manager at our break, I was struggling with, there's an italicized statement at the end of almost all of these that says, the committee will provide periodic updates during the council member questions, comments, and announcements, and will make an oral year-end report. And I was asking, why is that so prescriptive and less than what we actually are probably going to be receiving in most circumstances from the ad hocs? They will have periodic ad hoc report updates that will go along with agendized items. And so we don't want, if we do that, there's not a need to just have a less substantive presentation, a council member comment period, which is not written and it's a brief comment. And there might be some interim ones that we add there. So anyway, what I took away from that is that what they want to do was make sure that there was a minimum reporting. And if we need to say it that way, we do. But we don't need to say that it has to be oral at the year end. I think it'd be better if the committees made written reports with along with an oral presentation. That's better. But an oral report implies that's all it is. So I think we want to tweak that, or I don't think it has to be part of what we adopt, actually, but it can. And maybe the intention is to have some minimum guidance that says, as an ad hoc, you must at least do this. And then even on the climate one, it said above that this was based on input from the committees, but we had a discussion, and for instance, on the first sentence, it said that, it says right now, it'll be for related to implementation of the 3-year climate work plan. And then it says, by supporting completion of the following items, and lists the biggest items in there. But there are other things that the committee would be supporting. And so if we delete by supporting completion of the following, was simply saying including. So 3-year climate work plan including, and we state the most important ones. But yeah, so those were a couple comments I had on the overview, and then that particular ad hoc.
Thank you very much. Vicky.
Thank you. So I think when we look at these, we can, following that explanation, it seems to me we can knock off some of the lowest hanging fruit. I think Coverly seems like the classic ad hoc. I don't know that anyone would disagree and think that should be a Brown Act committee, so we might, I don't think we'll need a lot of conversation on that. Legislative does seem to fit in P&S. That would be my recommendation. Stanford feels, like a pretty, at least the way it is defined now, and understanding per Pat's point that these could evolve into other purposes that are other narrow purposes in years hence. But right now, those feel pretty ad hoc-y. And it makes sense because you look at them; they're more granular, right? Climate action is up in one of our 4 priorities. Housing is up in one of our 4 priorities. Retail's close to economic development, maybe not quite there. So I think the question is, taking a look at climate action, for example, when is it appropriate that it becomes a Brown Act committee? Because I think it's headed that direction, and I think it's okay to recognize that. But is its purpose narrow enough now that it could, take another year as an ad hoc? And I think along that lines, one of the things I would put to the city attorney is if we were to make the change that Pat mentioned and say, instead of supporting completion of the following items, say including, wasn't that what you wanted, including the following items? I like that because I think that this is such a priority, we need to be flexible, but I wonder whether that takes us out of the narrow ad hoc lane. So there's a question, I'll just make one more comment and then I'll see if you have something to say, Mr. Attorney. And yeah, the italicized language at the end of the two, the retail and the climate action that you pointed out, I read that as a minimum already, but if it felt better to make it express and just say the committee will provide, comma, at a minimum, comma, periodic updates in a final oral report, then I think it fixes that concern, just makes it express. So those are my thoughts.
Sure. So, just to kind of preface my responses, the way the purpose statements are written are, again, to comply with the Brown Act requirements around whether a subsidiary body of the council has to follow the procedures of the Brown Act, which are notice meetings open to the public. And in order to adhere to those restrictions, what we are looking for are a limited or specific purpose and sort of a finite period of work. So as you look at the way the purpose statements are written, the first sentence tries to describe a limited or specific purpose, and the second sentence tries to time-bound the committee's work, report back within a year. And then, also recognizing that because ad hoc committees are not open to the public, noticed in advance, recorded, there is an issue or an interest in transparency into the committee's work, and so that's why we added the statement about these periodic reports during council member questions, comments, and announcements. So I think, so that's the sort of the preface. If one of the proposed changes is to say, at a minimum, the committee will, at a minimum, provide periodic updates, et cetera, that would be fine. Another way to potentially revise that language could be something along the lines of the committee will provide periodic updates during council member questions, comments, and announcements, or in connection with agenda items within the committee's purpose, and will make an oral year-end or written year-end report on its work no later than December 2024. That would be a perfectly acceptable revision to the purpose statement. With respect to the striking, again, sticking with the climate ad hoc committee, with respect to replacing following items with including items, we do run a risk of kind of moving beyond this concept of a specific task or purpose. I think that's up to the council on whether it wants to do that, but it is a little bit less, I think, defensible under the Brown Act to move to replace following items with the including the following, I think, is what it was the revision. Or you could simply decide to follow Brown Act procedures for the climate ad hoc, not have to worry about changes.
I could add one additional comment to the city attorneys. Thank you. Would be to note that in addition to the legal issue, quite frankly, there's a management of the workload issue where, if you take as an example the standing committees, the current procedures and protocols handbook says that assignments or the work of the committees are generated either by staff or by the full council. And so it would be important, quite frankly, for my own accountability to continue to have the full council be making those assignments of topics that would be taken up by these committees in addition to your standing committees. So obviously that's as much an art as a science because of the somewhat overlap that can exist between what we have here and what might be other areas of interest by the committees. But I did want to flag that issue as an item to be considered.
I guess in summary, what you're saying is if we were to broaden it this way, that, well, we either should keep it to the specifics or we run a Brown Act risk, not necessarily a foul. But
let me wade in
I would
there.
assume that if we were to go that way, that we would do the full council vote before you.
Let me just add that, for instance, under the climate action one, it was narrowed to the for this purpose to the 3-year work plan. And so the including means that we've delineated the major elements of the 3-year work plan, but there's other parts of that. The council assigned that already to the SCAP ad hoc. And so it's not outside of that. The 3-year work plan focus narrowed that, as well as it does not include other aspects of sustainability. It's a climate action.
So why don't we just put period after 3-year work plan?
I think that the intent of staff by delineating the major elements was to be more concrete. And then simply the word including means that we've accepted that as a focus, but that's not the other elements. They were trying to walk that line.
And it's fine with me because we'll be working on the same stuff. I thought it might just look cleaner for the attorney, but I'm good with whatever.
Going back to some of the comments that Vicki made earlier, just around low-hanging fruit, wanted to build off of that to see if there were a few of these that do fit into that category as described. Would council members generally agree that Cubberley is a classic ad hoc, shouldn't see any changes? I see some nodding consensus. Okay, great. Ledge with PNS, does that look okay? Julie? Sorry.
I had one thought, which was simply to Pat's point earlier, that this year's Cubberley Ad Hoc, which I'm delighted to chair, is really focused on a land acquisition. There could be a future ad hoc that is about the use of Cubberley. So I would support putting Cubberley land acquisition into the name so that we're really clear, so that if we have another one, it doesn't end up having the same name as this year's one.
Any strenuous objections to that from the rest of the council? Seeing none. Thank you, Julie, for that comment. The comments that Vicki made around Ledge and PNS, does that seem reasonable? See a couple nods. Lydia, you want to raise your hand?
I still continue to say that we should have a legislative ad hoc committee because of the load of work that has been, the amount of legislation that is coming forward from Sacramento. And unless there is a whole session of PNS that's dedicated towards reviewing all of the legislation in earnest to see what are the impacts to the city, the pros and cons of each of those, I don't see it happening just at PNS. But that's my comments on Ledge Committee.
Thank you. Other comments on Ledge Committee? Ed?
It would be a significant shift from current PNS process, but it can fit there. It's just, a question of expanding the time for evaluating those things.
Thank you. Other comments from the council? Vicki, did you have something you wanted to share?
I don't want to share privileged information, but I do have a concern.
Thank you. I'd love to hear some additional thoughts from council members. We've only heard from a few on this item. Pat?
I'll just say that, yeah, I am struggling on the legislative because that's an ongoing function. And I don't understand what's going to be different about this year's scope from last year's or next year's. If there were a certain area this year that we wanted to have an ad hoc to focus on within legislation, then I think that would be appropriate for an ad hoc. But just the broad legislative category, I don't think is appropriate. But if folks wanted to propose a subset of the legislative agenda that has particular focus this year, that might be a way to go.
Thank you, Pat. See if one nod. Other thoughts?
I have a question for my colleagues about this because I thought I heard that it hadn't been at PNS, but I actually thought it was before this past year of 2023. Wasn't legislative in PNS historically?
Yes, it was.
Greer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn on this one because I think because of the kind of never-ending flow of legislation coming out of Sacramento that continues to impact local governments and continues to strip away local control and have a strong impact on the type of work we're able to do. I think having a committee that's dedicated to it made a lot of sense. But given the constraints of the Brown Act and how open this, how just broad this is, it doesn't seem like it really can continue as an ad hoc. I agree with Councilmember Burt. If it had some more specificity, that would make, I think that would work. But I don't know what we would focus on. So right now I'm leaning towards sending it back to policy and services to live there, short of anyone being able to really point out any specific legislation will focus on.
I saw a few nods associated with what the mayor was saying on that. Do we have other nods? Anything otherwise opposed? Any concerns, Lydia?
I'm not so much opposed to it, you know. I am chair of policies and services, so I will be seeing this, you know. But I think for the long term and thinking about this, where state is going with all of the legislation, like I said earlier, there's just thousands and thousands of them. And, you know, we do have Cal Cities that is looking at legislation, but they're looking at it for the entire state. And, you know, there are times that their concentration or even their policies are not completely aligned with what the cities are. And then also to say that a lot of this legislation, the members of the public have no idea about it. They don't know about it. They don't see it. They have no analysis of it. And oftentimes it means that they are kind of like surprised by it when it happens. And I think along the way, I mean, I wonder if it's a Brown Acted committee, then do we take the public along with us as we're discussing this? As a matter of fact, some of the public is pretty well versed in understanding and analyzing some of these proposed legislation. So mostly that's my thought. But either way, you know, what it boils down to is vetting it publicly and having a full discussion on it versus just a overview of what that legislation that is proposed, which is mostly what we're getting right now, is just an overview of and a summary, which we can read anywhere. What we're looking for is further analysis. But either way, if it's better head in the sand, then that's the way we go.
We have some consensus around it going back to PNS, notwithstanding any other comments, so thank you for that. Stanford ad hoc, using Vicky's words, that sounds ad hoc-y. Does the rest of the council feel comfortable with that assessment? Is that appropriate? Ed?
I was reading that some more after you said that. it seems like all of these things might be on the docket for another 2 or 3 years. When you're talking about climate action plan, transit improvements, city use of Stanford lands, housing development of mutual interest, that sounds like a long-term agenda to me.
Well, I would just say, as Vicky said, that I think that we should this year, for instance, in the case of the climate committee, is have a discussion on whether it would be a permanent committee, and if so, what form. And one of the reasons to not act on that now is that there were people who thought, well, it should be a separate commission. I'm not sure that I would agree with that, but I think it's a valid part of the discussion. And so recognizing that these are going to be areas that we're going to want to be spending a lot of focus on going forward, I think that we should use this year to be thinking and have an opportunity to look at, okay, now where do we want to go from here on these? Which should be permanent committees or standing committees, even if they're not permanent.
Yeah, unless we're being pushed legally to make some decisions now by legal staff.
You want to comment to that?
I think +1 is the term we're using tonight. And I think for
+1, sorry.
No, okay. Well, then you know, I think the point is well taken, and the protocols and procedures do contemplate that the ad hoc committee, the council revisit what ad hoc committees are doing on each year. So if this time next year we're looking at these and we come to this conclusion that a year of work, these committees need to continue, and we need to revise what their purposes are, probably ought to take another look at whether those ad hocs then need to follow the Brown Act procedures. But I think for present purposes, housing, Stanford, Cubberley, and legislative, I think we can safely continue looking at those as ad hoc committees not subject to Brown Act.
Sold.
Pardon me, Cubberley and Stanford. And the other two that we flagged in the staff report, retail, climate, are the ones that we are looking to the council to make a decision on whether to continue as an informal ad hoc or whether to follow the Brown Act procedures for those ad hocs.
Lydia.
For the climate action ad hoc, I could see it continuing as an ad hoc, but I would actually ask council to consider a name change, because most of the programs in here is actually electrification. So if that's the case, maybe perhaps change, because when I look at climate action, we're looking at natural environment, bird safe, light pollution, urban canopy, streams, sea level rise, flood control. So there's a whole part of climate action that is included, and it does not fit the committee if we're looking at it focused on certain programs and helping develop those programs and finding funding for them as well. So if it was to be SCAP electrification ad hoc, then it's more narrowed in name as well as what it's working toward. So I think that would be one suggestion that I would ask council to consider. And I think regarding the retail ad hoc committee, I do think that should be Brown Acted, because I think that it really involves a lot of stakeholders to be in the conversation when we're talking about their businesses and how to ensure their success. So those are my suggestions.
Thank you. Pat.
Yeah, I think Lydia's point on the climate committee, climate action, is we're using the terms as both protection and adaptation, and the committee is not addressing adaptation, it's not addressing the other aspects of sustainability. I probably prefer it called climate protection than electrification, but I it narrows it in that same way, and I think that's a good point.
Other thoughts from the council on this particular item related to changing the name of this particular ad hoc? Anyone feel strongly about the direction? Vicky?
I'm +1 to that. I want to make sure, though, climate action is such a multifaceted endeavor that I want to make sure that our grid modernization work is something that we can talk about too, because we're talking about all this electrification and we need that infrastructure. And I was just skimming through, and Pat, you probably know this off the top of your head. Do you feel comfortable that fits within the description as is?
Yeah, for instance, in the 3-year plan, we have the reliability and resiliency plan, which includes the grid. And I think if we go protection rather than action, we've narrowed it in the title along with what we've actually put in the description. So I think.
Okay. Yeah, and so with that, then I'm good.
A reminder from staff as the council considers any name changes, we do want to look at the scope of the underneath to make sure that it's being captured as well. Yeah.
I do see that we didn't actually list the reliability and resiliency strategic plan. Good reason to have the including in there. But that's a major part of the 3-year plan and as the staff work plan had shown, that's right in the midst right now going on. So I don't know whether we either want to list that or just feel like we've covered it well enough by the other wording change that said including.
Is there any staff concern with including that item?
Actually, to your point, it is a major work effort, so would make sense to list it specifically.
Thank you both. Any other thoughts here? We've been discussing a change of the name of the committee. Got a couple different thoughts there. So we want to get some consensus around either of those and also to make sure that we continue to have the right scope underneath. Any thoughts from any council members who haven't spoken on this yet? Does anyone have a strong feeling for the name change? Pat, you're looking my way. The name change, you offered, you offered protection. Greer. Oh, sorry. No strong feelings one way or another. Do we, Pat? Do you want to advocate a little more for your thoughts on that, or do you feel comfortable with where you left it? Come, Lydia. Did you have any thoughts on what Pat was suggesting for the name change, since you had made an initial suggestion?
It was just a suggestion on the name, just so that we're a little bit more narrowed, focused, and not open it up for everything else.
Pat, what was what protection? Thank you. Seems like the council's okay with that. The scope still feels sufficient underneath. We don't need to make any significant changes based on that name change. I think we're fine there. Do we have consensus around retail ad hoc for Brown Act? Odds? Okay, and Stanford continues to be ad hoc. That's our timer to take a break in a moment. And on climate action, climate protection, ad hoc, Brown Act or not? Thoughts from the council? Vicki.
I think we're going to be there next year. I think this year, if we do, and this year or next year, that it should be a rail type where we don't need big, long staff reports, but, we can have slideshows and oral reports on, some of the road action items up top, or not action, reports, staff reports can be oral. I go back and forth with this, but I think if we're transparent enough and maybe we go through it this year, still as an ad hoc, I'm okay with that. I think we're going to yearn for the breadth to do whatever we feel we need to do that a Brown Act could give us next year, but I'm okay staying with an ad hoc this year.
Comments from other council members?
I'll just add on that particular item, we have every month what are the team meetings, and it's a group of advisors, community activists who are participating in a substantive way, and they've been appointed as advisors on these areas, and we're going through one by one of these particular topics. I think I didn't realize that the notification of those meetings wasn't going out to everybody on our list. There's no reason that we shouldn't notice them in the same way we would a Brown Acted meeting. And so I'd be comfortable with that and think that would be good.
And I also think it might be nice that we don't put on the spot, but invite any of the staff here who are in this area that want to say what they think about Brown Act or ad hoc. I'm just curious in terms of staffing it or.
Oh, that's an invite.
Yes, I think that's me, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Staff is really comfortable with this either way. A good discussion we had about this with the committee last week, and yeah, either way we go, we'll work with it.
Other comments on Brown Act for the committee?
So since Director Eggleston spoke, I would actually say to have it Brown Acted and definitely have the public included, for certainty that notification will go out as well.
Vicki, you had Pat?
I just say I'd prefer to have the team meetings, that we go ahead and have an agreement that those will be public meetings, but not make all functions of the committee so that we can never have briefings of the committee or any discussions outside
I see.
of that.
Okay, yeah. So I guess, with that, then just the certainty that during those team meetings, that notification does go out to the public.
Okay, so non-Brown Act with the notifications. Consensus? This is for climate protection ad hoc. It will be noticing.
I'm in favor of that because of all of these matters. Climate action is something that the city has to tackle, but ultimately each of us as individuals has to understand what's happening and figure out what we have to do around our homes and transportation choices and so on. So I feel like greater transparency in the dialogue will facilitate community adoption of the various things that we're going to be asking them to do.
Thank you. Okay, so I see some emerging consensus. Just want to start to go through this to make sure that I've captured this correctly. Please let me know if I've gotten anything incorrect. Climate Protection Ad Hoc Committee would not be Brown Act, but would have public notifications for team meetings. Since it is not a Brown, do we want to make any changes to that, to their work plan or the description there? I know we had suggestions around including, or, okay, we're going to keep including, great. And the
May I
last,
ask a question?
Yes, please.
So who writes the report, the year-end report? Is it staff who writes the year-end report, or?
That's why we suggested oral. So that wouldn't be-
If we recall, last
Presentation.
fall,
You did.
well, let's see now, a year ago, was it? When we adopted the 3-year work plan, staff had a very extensive report, and we had a briefer 2-page report from the committee itself. And so that's what I was referring to earlier when we were talking about, we often will have actual committees who will want to have a written report and an oral report that will supplement the agenda item rather than be the agenda item.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because I remember that, but I did want to make sure that it was clear, and Mr. Dennis is taking notes.
Thank you. And then to the italicized portion related to the minimum, you want to use that word minimum? Was that the word that we're going to use? Is there another word that people have? Minimum? Okay, great. All right. Housing will continue to say ad hoc. I heard no recommended changes to its description. Retail's going to be Brown Act. Any changes that folks want to see made to the description of the ad hoc committee? Hearing none. Stanford remains ad hoc. Cubberley is ad hoc with land acquisition was the suggestion to add.
Well, but I think we need to, I get the intent. It's the focus of real estate transaction. And maybe we use that phrase, it's right below it, the Cubberley Real Estate Transaction Committee. Yeah, because it's lease and acquisition.
Right, thank you for that suggestion. Looks like people are comfortable with that.
Yeah, well,
Comfortable enough?
we'll use it in the description.
Thank you. And then for ledge, that'll go back to PNS. I think I have everything. Thank you. We are, Mr. Mayor, we have a break scheduled for this time. It was for 5 minutes. We're a little behind, but I want to keep with the break schedule as it relates to the times. So we were supposed to have a break around 8:30. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to keep going?
Is there a need for a 5-minute break? Tea break?
Cookie break.
Let's do a 5 minutes, but no longer.
Okay.
We're still doing referrals?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We're going to continue on item 2C, discussion on strategies to achieve priorities. This is in relation to the 3 questions in your supplemental. We've already discussed ad hoc related items. We're also going to broaden this a little bit more out. Thank you to Councilmember Coe for asking about referrals. So this is a good time for that input to staff as well. All right. So could we go back a slide? Great. Here's the 3 questions that we started with. Again, this is a resource conversation. It really helps the staff to understand what you envision are the pieces that make up the resource package to support the priorities. So I'd like to open up questions 2 and 3 to council discussion in addition to any referrals that you may have. Again, those questions are: what are the key community engagement needs to support and enhance the city's progress towards these goals, and what resources, as listed in the slide, are needed to achieve the council's vision for each priority? Love to hear from you and hear you talk to one another about this. I'll just open that up. Ed, actually.
Yeah, and if I could add just one, maybe a specific example to that. When we drafted these questions, again, just really wanting to seed your discussion, there was a specific example we had in mind, but then we were just huddling to try to see how we might modify our approach to this in order to incorporate or allow for, as Councilmember Koo pointed out, referrals. So I think we wanted to have this be the opportunity for that broader discussion. The basic goal for staff, to the extent that the council sees fit to provide, is that we get a sense of the big strategies that you have in mind. That will help inform the objectives that we draft. Ultimately, you'll have another shot at discussing and telling us if we got it right. But having a sense of what those big strategies might be would be helpful for our next steps. A specific example I'll use involving both community engagement and resources is around affordable housing. That we've had a discussion of recognition that additional funding will be necessary for affordable housing. So are there the first steps of both developing a strategy around funding for affordable housing, as well as the community engagement that would be necessary if, for example, going back to the voters, is a step you would envision, hopefully not in 24, because it's too late for that, but or at least I'd argue it's too late to do that well. But in any case, using that specific example to have a sense of those big strategies that, again, could inform the objectives we bring back to you in the next month. And one last footnote is related to just general referrals. I neglected to mention, in addition to coming back with objectives for your priorities, we also will be coming back with the committee work plans, so that for the standing committee work plans, as we do each year. So you have the opportunity to discuss that on a regular council agenda.
Thank you. And I'm going to take facilitator's privilege and start walking around, because sitting here knocks me out. So hopefully we'll continue a little bit of energy here. So on these questions, would love to start to hear some thoughts, and you can take it as broad or as narrow as you like. Again, the staff is really excited to hear from you what your thoughts are around the types of tools that should be put into place in order to have a successful suite of priorities. So turning it over to council members. Anyone like to start? Ed.
Yeah, thanks for that unexpected introduction there, Ed. One of the core things that I wanted to talk about today is that this is primarily all about strategy at the big level, the big priorities that we're going to work on, and then strategies underneath that, which we're also going to work on. We're tackling some massive things, and these massive things need massive amounts of dollars, like the affordable housing. So I just want us all to be realistic here and in the public about what we have to do to make that happen. Even in the sort of climate change arena in utilities. There's now budgeted $50 million over the next 5 years to get going on the infrastructure. $250 million. That's just infrastructure. That doesn't address, if it's up, how are we going to get people incentivized to move to gas? How can we get lower income people who can't afford it to move to gas? What's that? Away from gas. Sorry, thank you. Which I just did with my hot water. But we all know that that's on the strategy objectives of, for example, the Climate Action Plan and our strong commitment to that. We have to execute on it, and those numbers are, I would say, probably preliminary amount numbers at $250 million. In terms of affordable housing, if you just look at the low and very low and extremely low affordable housing, that's 2,400 units. And just using some broad brushstrokes, if, as they say, a unit costs between $500,000 and $700,000 to put up, if we were trying to jumpstart that because we have to and we want to have affordable housing in our town, if we only put in 10 or 15% of that, that could be as much as $750 million over the next 5 years. So now we're up to $1 billion, and we're counting. So while we all don't want this to be a constraint, I get concerned that it's a constraint because we can't just say, let's go out and do another bond. At some point, we can't get voter approval of that because they have to pay it back. And we may not even be able to get the financial markets to let us borrow that much. So how does this impact us? It impacts us in a lot of ways, but it certainly impacts us in terms of the timelines that we pick for some of these huge things that we're looking at. And hopefully it also puts some exclamation points, as you said, Ed, at the beginning of this on, say, an affordable housing thing. This is getting to be an emergency with respect to financing. Now, we aren't going to have to do all that financing. We all know there's multiple sources, but we need to jumpstart it, and we need to manage it, or we're going to run out of timeline, quite apart from RENA, but more specifically to what we want in our community for affordable housing. So I just want to raise that specter for, hopefully, public consumption as well, to know the constraints that we're potentially under and what we're working with.
Thank you, Ed. Is there any thoughts on what Ed has shared tonight related to thinking about this as constraints? Any comments on Vicki?
Well, just a narrow comment. Yeah, definitely it's a constraint, and so we need to be creative in reaching out and thinking about the ways to solve it and thinking about partners who could have resources for us. And there's a new one on the horizon, BAFA, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, that is possibly in November putting a $10 to $20 billion affordable housing bond on the ballot. So we need to figure out, what do we think about that? Do we want to cooperate in that? But I think the point is that we should be aware of these initiatives. We should decide if it's in the city's best interest to promote them and or participate in them because we are so resource constrained. So that kind of thing will be on my radar this year since I'm in the Legislative Action Committee for Cal Cities, representing Santa Clara County. But so I just think that knowing where we fit in the larger puzzle, because it's not just a problem in Palo Alto or Palo Alto and Mountain View or even just Santa Clara County. It is, a regional, it's a national problem, but it's particularly acute here on the peninsula.
Thank you. Julie.
I appreciate what Vicki just said. In fact, I also just pulled up a different BAFA website to try to get some more details. But I want to first start by commending Ed for being so clear and consistent about your commitment to housing. I remember when we were first getting to know each other at the retreat last year, we had to do a newspaper headline, and you had this incredibly visionary newspaper headline about the amount of money we would raise as a city toward affordable housing. And here you are now on this housing ad hoc with the mayor, and it's really exciting to just see you continue to press that. In addition to BAFA, so for people who don't know, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority intends to try to put a bond on the ballot in 9 Bay Area counties, allocating funds to the big cities and then to each county, excluding whatever goes to the big cities. and Santa Clara County, excluding San Jose, is slated to get 1.2 billion to 2.4 billion, depending on whether they go for a $10 billion bond or a $20 billion bond. So the notion of regional partners or regional efforts being something we can buy into and educate, our job would be to really bring our community on board with this. Conversations about what it is and what it's going to take, and because ultimately we want our community to vote for this. The other thing we got to do is figure out where the cheaper housing exists. And I keep getting intrigued by folks who are working on solving the problem by coming up with something that's more modular, more prefab, something that, you know, is sort of simpler in construction, quicker to build, which brings some elements of the cost of per unit down. And so I hope we will continue to look not only at the funding side, but at the cost side, because it's hard to imagine we're going to be able to keep going at this pace of 700,000, 800, 900,000 per unit.
Lydia.
So I appreciate Vice Mayor Lowering for bringing up the concerns of how to really achieve this, and mostly, of course, it's through funding. And also, I appreciate Councilmember Vinker bringing up BAFA, which is the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority through MTC and ABAG. And while the housing bond could bring forward funding, I think that, you know, the other side of it is to let the general public as well as voters know that essentially the bond will be funded through property taxes. And the amount an individual household may expect to pay will vary depending on the assessed value of their property. A 10 to 20 billion bond will require an estimated tax of 12 to 24 per 100,000 in assessed value, or about $120 to $120 to $240 per year for a home of $1 million. So while the bond is still being finalized, I think voters have the right and should be informed that this bond will be funded through property taxes. In addition to this BAFA bond, housing bond, there is also another bond been floated around by Assemblymember Buffy Wicks from the East Bay. And I don't know how it's structured at this point, but this is something, again, that I think voters should have full information about what they're voting on. So whichever way the city goes about it, or Cal Cities, I think full information needs to be divulged. Thank you.
If I could follow up just to maybe a question to prompt further conversation, what do you envision as full voter information? Is it the city has a role in communicating on these issues more than they do now, or what's your?
I'm just saying that if the city decides to support or not support, they should be providing full information. And that's another reason why I said earlier that legislation is really, proposed legislation is really very important in order to inform voters. There's also another one, I mean, I can go on and on. There's ACA 1, which is actually lowering the threshold, voter threshold for such kind of assessment, for such kind of bonds. And it means that 50 plus 1 can pass this housing bond. It's no longer 3/4. So there is ACA 1, which is assisting this one here, and goodness knows what else. You know, but let's be respectful of our voters and provide information.
Thank you. Looking back at your new priorities, thinking through each of them, are there any particular priorities that any of you on the council think require more or different type of community engagement than is currently going on now? The city's well known for its engagement efforts. Is there an opportunity to augment or bolster them, or something different? Greer.
Well, just again, make a plug, and in case the city manager needs this additional direction there's a lot of public and community engagement with this youth well-being and mental health task force that hopes is it will be able to address, and I'm looking for here, sorry. Number 13 under community health and safety, increased support and funding for youth mental health. Staff came to the finance committee last year with a chunk of money dedicated for youth mental health, but no actual programming or policies associated with it. The finance committee, we unanimously agreed was not the right time since we didn't have the actual policies or programming recommended from staff at that time. So part of the purpose of this task force is to be able to make those recommendations in time for the budget. So I think that needs to be that can be included there. And I can stop there. Or great, I see Pat wants.
I'd support that.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to see under natural environment. Number 6 says initiate evaluation of strategies to protect natural habitats such as bird safe glass, wildlife protection from light pollution. I don't know if that's clear enough to be talking about dark skies initiatives that some other cities around here have addressed, but like we haven't prioritized that as well as some other communities have. And there's a lot of advancements right now in understanding about how birds see and kind of easy common sense protections to be able to. So I feel like there's a lot of low-lying fruit there that can make a really positive difference within the ecosystem here in Palo Alto that we just haven't prioritized enough. And we don't have to invent the wheel. A lot of local cities have been doing this work. I'd like to see us prioritize that a little more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Did you need support? Support.
Oh, that's 3. Great. Other thoughts? Thinking again about community engagement on these 4 priorities. Pat.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure about the community engagement method, but there are some really important thematic things related to the climate protection. One was that as we went through the full staff report that went through every one of these items in great detail, there were a whole bunch of the climate protection initiatives that were behind schedule, but that was behind an incredibly aggressive schedule. And so when I kind of looked at that and saw it was covered in the press that way, but the reality is that the 3-year work plan set just a leading set of initiatives. A number of them are these major studies that we were talking about earlier, and they're all proceeding. And I think there's some really important communication distinctions that we need to have there. One is we were talking about the grid upgrade cost. Well, the committee got a clarification a month ago that what was it? We only have the rough estimates of what that is, but that number was the dollars that would be needed either way, plus what we were going to need to do specifically to expand our electrical capacity. And so almost half of those dollars had nothing to do with electrification, but they were part of the grid modernization investment. And I said, well, wait a minute, that's not how the public's understanding this. I don't think it's how the council's understanding it. That's a big number that's been out there. Just like when we had 2 years ago, we had initially staff looked at how many years it was going to take to do this grid upgrade, and the initial perception was 10 years, and that it wouldn't start for another, I think, 3 years or so. Staff has come back and we're already going on it, and it's going to happen way faster than that. But that initial characterization is what's still out there in the community. Same thing even on our heat pump program, which has been this big kind of groundbreaking program that's a bunch of incentives. And it didn't ramp up as fast this year as we wanted. And even the sign-up pace right now is not as fast as we want. But compared to virtually anywhere else, it's ahead. Everybody's looking, and we're learning very rapidly on what else we need to do. An emergency heat pump replacement, if somebody goes down, that they can get something while they go through the normal permitting process. But the other thing that we didn't compare is we said, well, here was our goal, and we only got this much. Well, how much more did we do than we did the years before? And it's a 10x improvement. And that was left off. So I think there's some real engagement, very important aspects of this that we are not communicating in the clear, simple way to the community, clear, simple, and accurate way. That's really important. Because that goes back to this issue that we're having a lot of advocates say, gee, we need to set a cutoff date for gas. And as much as I've been advocating us to move extremely aggressively on this, and staff is doing so, and the committee is doing so, I don't think that the community is ready to believe that they can have that transition smoothly, efficiently, cost-effectively, and that's what we have to move forward on over the next 1 to 2 years to establish that and show that to the community. And these, I'll say that these key studies that are going on right now are going to really put meat on the bone on the various aspects of that plan. And then as we're electrifying, and everybody now has family members, friends, or neighbors who have 1 or 2 EVs, right? And a few years ago, that wasn't the case. We now all believe that around here, most of us believe that we're going to have our automobiles are going to be an EV future. If we had said 8 or 10 years ago, we're going to take away your ability to buy gasoline by such and such a date, we might have had a big backlash. And that's kind of where we are right now, but the progression of the technologies is really in a positive way. The costs are going down, the performance is going up, and then the normalization is happening. We're all starting to have ourselves, our friends, or family members, or neighbors who have electrified a bunch of stuff. So I think that's going to be an important part, is our communication is critical on this if we're going to have the community overwhelmingly be supportive. We already have a lot of support. We need overwhelming support.
Vicki.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so when I look at 2 and what are the key community engagement needs, I think what we need to do what Pat just described is we need to make sure our community has the context for some of these facts, because they'll get a fact without realizing, gee, maybe the 1,000 was sort of an aspirational number. We didn't put too much thought in it, but wow, relative to what the rest of the country is doing, our heat pump water heater program is pretty darn amazing. That doesn't mean we don't need to continue to tweak it as quickly as possible, but we should go, wow, this is great, and let's accelerate. And I think that having the context of where we are with respect to other communities, that context will help simplify and give people hope and engagement, and then vestedness in it to do this. And so instead of feeling like down, like, gee, we didn't meet our climate goals, it should be, wow, we're making some great progress. We can and will do better. But I think it's that context. It's the no hometown heroes kind of complex. We only see where we fall short against some high goals we set, as opposed to how we're really making great strides and still setting examples. So that's not to say, as I said before, that we take our foot off the accelerator, but I think that context will help them get exactly the messaging, Pat, that you're describing.
Just to build off of that, what I'm starting to hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not necessarily more communication, it's a different type of communication that includes relevant information in a particular way. Okay, great. Lydia.
In addition to what Councilmember Byrd said, as well as Councilmember Vinker, the form of how you communicate also needs to build not only context, but also confidence and trust. and follow through. So, when the people that we're asking to switch over, they actually have the confidence, like Councilmember Burt said, that, the switchover is not going to have a hitch to it, but also that they won't end up having to go through brownouts or blackouts. So all of that is putting it horse before the cart, making sure that it's all done in the right way and people will have confidence and trust in our programs and how it's implemented. But it's not just for climate change and SCAP, it's also all around, building the communication channels with our businesses so that we ensure that we know what is the obstacles for their development, for their success in the community. So I think that we need to follow through on all of that. Our town halls, for example, we do have great town halls. There has been a lot of attendance, a lot of interest, but there are certain things that the community asks for the staff to return. I think that we need to do that. I think also council members are not included in the communication back to the neighborhoods after our town halls. I think the council members should be included. So we know that it's done and we can refer back to it when the community reaches out to council members. So I think my main point is to build confidence and trust. And I'm very pleased to say that, our Palo Alto Community Survey did express that we did come up a little bit, so keep going.
Thank you. Julie?
I just want to build upon what Lydia said. Totally agree. And I want to remind us that we actually have evidence that our community can adopt a massive shift in behavior. We're talking about behavioral change when it comes to adapting to behaviors that are climate supportive as opposed to furthering the problem. And I'm looking at you, Brad. I'm not put you on the spot. You don't need to say anything. But when I went to have a tour of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, which I have to admit I was a little reluctant to do because who wants to go see, the Regional Water Quality Control Plant unless that's your line of work? I know, it is awesome, but I didn't know that, Melissa, okay? I was like, okay, I'm new, I have to go. And I was completely fascinated, learning the history of how it came about, learning how a drop comes in, 24 hours later it can be released. And I said to them, once upon a time, this was revolutionary. At a point in time in the 1930s, Palo Altans were putting raw sewage into the bay. And then somebody came along and said, hey, maybe that's not good. It's not good for you. It's not good for the marine life. It's not good for, the plants. It's not healthy. And they had to make the case to our whole community, we have to build a thing. It's going to cost a lot of money. We're going to process this stuff, and it's going to be for the good of the whole. And I can imagine that in the 1930s, people what are you talking about? We're fine. We've been doing this forever. Somehow that behavioral shift, somehow the public was convinced to get behind a massive public works project, infrastructure project that costs a lot of money. And I think that's what we're facing now. And so I want us to go and dig through, what are the examples we have from the past, whether it's here in our city or in our region or some other topic, where humans have been inspired. When I was little, it was, give a hoot, don't pollute, only you can prevent forest fires. These public service campaigns, what do you call them, PSAs, right? Where people are motivated to participate in behavior change. That is what's required. And it's not going to be, Pat is always clear that we can't be too far out ahead of the public, that we will face a backlash if we all think something and the public's like, what are you talking about? So it's our job to actually help people come to a place where they demand it of their leaders. And then we're the ones that can make the change. Not always. I think sometimes we do have to be a little bit braver, a little bit more out in front, particularly if it's a pandemic and you have to make tough decisions and, nobody wanted the various restraints that went in place. Nobody would have chosen that, but leaders had to lead. But I just think that, to Lydia's point, the community conversation, the feedback loop, how are we as an entire community going to shift? It's like a barge that you're trying to, shift in a different direction in the ocean. I mean, it takes lots of little movements in order to get us there. And I think we're the community that can do that. We did it before, and we can do it again.
Thank you. Does that feel like different tools? Does that feel like the tools that are currently utilized should be utilized in a different fashion? We're talking about something revolutionary here. What are the thoughts as it relates to linking how to be change agents and motivating people to what the city does on a regular basis around its programming and how it communicates it? Anything a little more specific anyone wants to share?
The one specific I'll offer is this is a communication effort. So we've talked about town halls, and we've talked about public comment, and we've talked about what council does, what staff does. I think even more concerted effort, like we have to figure out where it is we're trying to get and figure out how to roll out a set of community conversations that ultimately, hopefully, will yield the outcome and will be a better outcome because the community will have participated in it. But I think it comes back to marketing and communications.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Call on the mayor, please.
Oh, just real quick. I agree with everything that's been said, and I think we could do a better job really kind of trying to create community ambassadors and finding people who have adopted this technology early on to then be able to share with their friends and neighbors, hey, this works, electrification's not scary, these heat pump water heaters, great, these appliances, wonderful. So I think that was one of the big things for EV adoption in Palo Alto. Everybody started getting their EV cars and said to their friends, look how wonderful this is. And so I think that is one of the areas. I mean, we can do all our own public education that we want. Generally, people are going to listen because they already kind of agree with us. I think it's when your friends and your neighbors are saying, this is good, do it. That's when I think we're going to have a critical mass, and we will then get to the point where we can seamlessly transition. So I like what we're talking about. I'd love to see if we can figure out a way to be able to kind of promote that a little more.
All right. Pat, I'm sorry that I interrupted you.
I was just going to mention that we have a communications consultant who is their initial focus on the heat pump water heater program, but the scope of their work is more broad. When they were brought in, I was kind of fearful that it would be formulaic, and these folks kind of get these more strategic messages, so I was really encouraged there. But I just want to follow on Julie's example, not only in the things like treating wastewater, but these things that look like they're such radical changes when we look forward. In hindsight, they looked inevitable. I've actually been reading more and more on the transition that happened basically in a single decade from horse and wagons to automobiles. And it just, you look at photos on the streets of New York in 10 years and just complete transformation. And nobody predicted it would happen that fast. And it was a lot. And even, so there's a lot of those kinds of societal transformations. We also had this when we look at kind of more broadly at whether we can have a societal commitment to such a fundamental transformation of climate protection and everybody get going in one direction. We saw this, at least in the early stages of COVID, just the most radical willingness to adjust societal behaviors for what was recognized as a common need. Now, that broke down over time, but these things are doable, and they're fascinating, and they are, they're really topics for other groups that we may want to engage with at Stanford who are studying on climate communication, and really need behavioral economists and social psychologists, and we keep turning these tasks over to technologists a lot, and that's not their game.
Thank you. Vicky.
Yeah, just quickly, yes, that change did happen remarkably quickly. I remember a few years ago, I took my mother with me to buy my car and said, wow, you have lived from the Model T to the Model S. I mean, in her lifetime, which is extraordinary when you think about what all happened in between. But it's about attitudes affect behavior. Again, my father was a health educator and did a lot. He focused on behavioral change for prevention and did a lot of studies around it really is your attitudes, and they adjust more quickly in the time of pandemic and more slowly in others. But the mayor's point about community groups and ambassadors made me think of a great example of this, which is, Debbie Mitel's and other climate leaders and their home electrification tour. Because you walk into someone's kitchen and they show you their induction, cooktop, and they rave about it. That's really different. You can read all you want, but when someone literally pulls out the drawer, pulls out the pan, and just goes on, that does help shift attitudes, which then changes behavior. So I think there's a lot of things like that we can think about as a city to work with our partners in the various issue areas in our community.
That's great. Thank you. Thinking back on a comment Lydia made earlier around businesses and having connections with that community, are there particular strategies that any of you see as part of these 4 priorities that haven't been on the docket before, that haven't really been discussed, or something that you've been thinking about could be effective in that engagement piece, Pat?
Well, one, and this goes to kind of broader education of not only community leaders, but the broader community. As we're looking at changes in retail environment, or kind of in development, a new urbanism model in development, way back when we're working on the 98 comp plan, we brought in some real top national visionaries who shared very positive examples and visions of what this looks like, so that it wasn't and the community didn't know a lot about this for the most part at the time in the mid-90s. And it wasn't so much about, well, we're going to change our zoning and this building's going to get this tall and, you like it or you don't like it. It was, look, this is how it actually makes a higher quality of life community, a more engaged community. And I think right now in the housing part, we just aren't doing that. We have people who are fearful of too dense a new housing because it could negatively impact the quality of the community. We have people who say, we don't have to really worry about that stuff. All we care about is building enough units. And we don't have to worry, we're not worried about the quality of the community. So I see it on both sides. We're missing that positive vision that, once again, takes us into what is a new built environment that actually is very positive. And whether it's that or other visionaries on the climate side, I don't think we're having those kinds of big community meetings where people can really learn. And it's not just everyday citizens, it's all of us and boards and commissioners and everybody benefited from it when we did it before.
Thank you for that example, very concrete. Other examples of areas where you think a particular priority could benefit from a broad engagement or specific type of engagement that you've been thinking about? Lydia.
So one of the things with the business community, I think when we have our meetings with the ad hoc, including the stakeholders, that neighborhood association members perhaps invite 1 or 2 of them, let them decide, and have them at the table as well, because they can inform on the resident on the resident side what it is that they're looking for, and also at the same time they can understand what the business community is facing, be it high rents or high utility costs or what is impossible for them to do, etc. So the resident side hears it, provides information as well.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Looking to the Vice Mayor and Mr. Tanaka, if you have any thoughts on this particular part of the conversation. No, Greg? No, Ed? Okay, great. Well, we'll expand it back to the third question, since obviously engagement is a resource. But what other resources do you think you need as council members, or the collective council needs, in order to achieve your vision for the priorities? Is there something that hasn't been put in place yet that you'd like to see, a modification of a particular way of doing business? I know we're always looking for the new special resource that hasn't ever been encumbered before, so sometimes it's modifying what's right in front of us, but wanted to open that up. Is there an area that you've been concerned about? Ed.
Actually, I want to instead kind of give this council in the last year a pat on the back, because one of the constraints to getting all this stuff done was staffing. Adding more staff is a hot button in the community, but we know that we need certain staff members to process housing applications, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we said to staff, you tell us what you need to make this happen. They did, and we approved it. So I think we have a good track record there of stepping up and saying that we need more resources or don't, depending on staff's recommendation, and look for every possible way to fund that so we can execute on our priorities for the community.
Thank you. Lydia.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You kind of opened it up for me to bring this up. So I'm going to do one of my referrals. I actually have several, so I hope you bear with me. The first one is for council to consider referring to the Finance Committee for inclusion in the FY24 mid-year review or FY25 budget that our fire stations all have water. I understand right now that we have Station 4, which we know has no water. Fire Station 2 also does not have water. And if we really look at the layout of our fire stations, we only have 1, 3, 6. They're all north of the Oregon Expressway. And the only fire station that is on the south west area of Palo Alto is Station 5. So when it comes to it, I do believe that we want to start thinking about how to have enough staff to staff the engines so that every station has water.
You mean fire trucks?
With water.
Yeah.
Fire trucks that carry water. So I would like to, I don't know, what is the process for referral? Do I get it? Is this a motion?
Relying on prior years, and I think I may need others to refresh my memory, including members of the council. We've typically had the council concurrence on a referral, any given referral, and that helps inform what staff comes back with our proposed objectives. Now, that doesn't guarantee it makes the cut, but at least it will be on the evaluation such that the council can consider how it stacks up against other priorities.
And I'd encourage reframing referrals to not be conclusions, but evaluations. So I don't know whether all fire stations should have trucks that have water, but I think it's a valid question to understand what's the reasoning for what we have, and the council can then, and what's the range of alternatives, and then we look at budgetary decisions on whether we want to expand one thing or another. I think if we can, it's better to have a referral that doesn't say, I want this, I've concluded this specific outcome, as opposed to this is an important subject for us to examine and go through committee.
Explore, evaluate, and refer to Finance Committee that whether all fire stations should have water. Wet fire stations?
Whether all or which fire stations.
Okay. So I guess we need a second and then concurrence. I don't know. So do I have a second? Thank you, sir.
And I don't want the discussion, if I could, to miss an opportunity to get any input from the fire chief who may want to comment on that as an assignment, but also don't want to force the issue. I think, again, as noted earlier, based on council's direction tonight, we'll put it into our Well, actually, this one specifically would go directly to the Finance Committee to be on the Finance Committee's work plan.
And with that, I think then the fire chief can speak to it, explore, evaluate, whatever is needed at that point, based on what the motion is.
So not unlike a budget referral, we would bring an analysis that includes both the operational dimension as well as the financial dimension for consideration at the time. This is really, I can guarantee you, a fiscal year budget, not a mid-year budget type topic, because it will be a multi-million-dollar discussion point.
Thank you. So I think we have to vote on this.
If council can indicate, generally if this is a priority for you, looks like about 2 of you so far have indicated something that's helpful for staff as we bring this back. Like Ed said, something like this is a multi-million-dollar investment and an important service to the community.
If I might suggest, just in terms of process, maybe without objection, then we'll assume that it's.
Could we possibly, I'm a little confused procedurally by where we are right now, and I understand Lydia says she has a number of referrals, and maybe we could hear them all, so that, because if we're gonna sort of one by one say consensus or not, I think it's hard to do that without knowing the size of what's to come.
Yeah, and maybe, Ed, if you could kind of go over, what are we anticipating the March 4th discussion to be? And for council members then to consider and reflect right now, is it necessary to make all referrals tonight, or is March 4th going to make more sense because we're nearing 10 o'clock?
Yes, and to that point, March 4th is where we will bring our 2024 proposed list of 72 or whatever that happens to be, and suspect we'll have discussions on additions that council members would like to make at that point, as well as any changes. And again, not like last year, it may extend to a subsequent discussion as needed.
So as far from staff's perspective, I guess what is beneficial tonight to kind of hear from council as far as what we'd like to see on there, how into the weeds do we need to get?
I'd say if it's something that you'd want on the list that we're not already tracking, it would be helpful to know if there's interest tonight, rather than hear about it for the first time on March 4th.
Okay. But it doesn't need to be a fully flushed out, here's a motion as a referral. It can be just kind of an idea that we generally concur with.
Agreed.
Okay, sounds good. Let's finish this one on the fire truck, and then maybe with that understanding, follow the advice of the city manager. So sorry, do we need a vote on the fire truck issue?
Well, actually, what I was suggesting is, unless there's objection, we can assume that it's in.
Right.
Again, to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' point, perhaps council members are not in a position to object yet until knowing what else might be on the list.
So I should go on. Okay, thank you. My other one is, so as you know, Mitchell Park Place, which is on 525 East Charleston Road, the housing project or the development project that the county is moving forward for people with developmental disabilities. It's moving along quickly, and their groundbreaking is coming up soon. The Mitchell Park Place project has a build-out proposed of a physical space where the local community population of people with developmental disabilities, as well as stroke and trauma brain injury patients, they will be served in that spot, in that complex, in that building. And the Mitchell Park Place build-out will cost approximately $1 million, and it's not included in their in the county's housing fund to build, but the space is available. And in order for them to move forward, they would need the funding in order to have that space built out so that they can provide programs for the community, such as art classes, music classes, computer training, digital arts programs, exercise classes, meditation and yoga, mindfulness classes, job coaching, and meeting space, and programs that's focused on serving the stroke and brain injury clients that is currently at the Cubberley location. What I would like to ask for the council to consider referring to the Finance Committee to consider a grant of $250,000 to $300,000 with the intention of Ability Path procuring the matching funds to get them closer to being able to build this program facility within the Mitchell Park Place building. Yes. Is there any questions? Are you? So this is a proposal to see if Palo Alto City Council would consider providing a grant so that they can, so that Ability Path can actually work on procuring the rest of the funds. Matching. Any questions? Any comments? Second?
Once again, I'd move it a little more conceptual as to.
Conceptual.
Yeah, there's a referral evaluation of the, whether the city would pursue offering a matching grant for development of that.
Offering a matching, so the amount of the grant itself is going to be discussed at the Finance Committee. Okay. And
And the form, but it would begin a discussion as opposed to say, we're referring a specific outcome.
Okay, yes. And although I do want to mention that there is a time frame that they're going to need in order to get the matching funds and reach out to the community and to procure it. So time is somewhat of an essence.
I'll just, when you were starting to talk about that, I was, before you talked about a matching grant, that's what was going through my mind. And it's an area that we really haven't talked about and done very much the last few years, which is how do we, well, we have other places, I take that back, but we should be more deliberate in looking at how we provide seed funds. So for instance, the Magical Bridge Playground, we initially were just going to provide the land. They really needed the city to come forward with the first dollars. And I think it was $250,000 that we did, and they leveraged that to get $5 million. And just that seed amount was extremely important. Doesn't mean in every circumstance that's the formula that works, but it's something that really can leverage a lot of dollars. You look at what Life Moves did, you know, they had a lot of philanthropic dollars for that. These are really ways that the city can do more than we could otherwise afford to do.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt.
If I might add also, just for council awareness, we have recently received at least 2 other requests from community partners for grants. And so staff is currently evaluating how to bring that forward to the council for discussion, whether it be in the context of an existing program like HISRAP or separately. So I do think this is one of potentially several opportunities that the council will have. So the question may be where and how best to have that discussion.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, Lydia, at this time?
Not on this one, since we're not going to make a decision on it yet. I just am proposing, and it's broad so that it can be explored. My next one is for the consideration of, in order to address climate change on the natural environment, protection and adaptation, I would like the council to also consider adding a Palo Alto biologist to staffing in order to work with the rangers, the landfill operations, utilities, fire, and public works, so that they can address the natural environment. Right now, not quite sure how robust without the biologist, it's really difficult to assess the health of our natural environment. So it would be beneficial to consider having a biologist on staff that does have experience there. So that's another consideration. I mean, this kind of aligns with some of the objectives on our plan. The other one is to consider, I've been a liaison to the Historical Resources Board. It's been very difficult, and as much as Ms. French is very, very up to date and as helpful as possible with historic information for the Historical Resources Board, I find that it's very difficult not to have someone who has background in understanding historical properties and significance and reviewing our ordinances so that it aligns with our community. So this is another consideration for finance, to consider having a professional staff to support our Historical Resources Board. And another one is, I noticed that commercial dewatering has, the Finance Committee did not advance it through. And and the reasons was because there wasn't enough commercial properties that were being built. However, as we move forward, a lot of the residential commercial is being built, and those are high density. And a lot of them, especially along the San Antonio corridor, is going to be at a high water table. So I do think it's beneficial to have a commercial dewatering ordinance or policy in place so that we can address not wasting groundwater. And lastly, for council to consider referring to PNS, the council liaison role to be better defined. Whether they do attend the meetings or they have leisure of when they want to attend. And then also consistent throughout all the boards and commissions methods for how council member liaisons are communicating with the commissioners, that we establish that it is through staff, or are they allowed to communicate directly, or are council member liaisons allowed to communicate directly with the board and commissions? So should there be a little bit more protocol to it? Well, that's it. Thank you for listening.
If I might, on that last item, I think that fits under the procedures and protocol handbook that will be coming back to you within the next month and a half.
It'll come to the council as one of the policy and services referrals from last year. The committee came up with a recommendation for council to consider, and you'll get to do it 1 week from today.
And never mind that. Withdraw.
Thank you. Taking us back to our questions, this all gets back to supporting the council and understanding what you need in order to do your jobs at their best. Are there other areas that you would like to see the council more engaged in as it relates to this this priority setting process? Is there anything differently that we should be considering? Really, we want to make sure that we're augmenting the good support that you already get. Pat?
Well, I don't know if this is going to be exactly answering your question, but let me just say more broadly, as we're going to see in March an update of the work plan. When I went through kind of this version and looked at what was all for calendar year 2023 and which things carried over in 2024, we have a lot in this work plan, but I don't see a big expansion of this in the coming year. I see it more as a lot of things are moving along. Some have taken a little longer than was originally anticipated, but it was a really big plan. And so I think a lot of this is we were trying to, or staff looked like they were trying to put it on a certain deadline, but I think we need to look at realistically, okay, where will some of these things may go into 2025. That may be perfectly fine. And just look at that work plan and any refinements on things that haven't really gotten off the ground that we think are important. One stood out to me, which was we had QQ, which was develop a citywide strategy to connect unhoused residents to housing and services. The staff report went into a lot more detail on that. I didn't realize that we hadn't started that, and I think it's very important. We just don't have that strategy. Strategic plan, what's more, then implement it. So that's one that was pretty high on my list. And then under the flood protection, we have certain things. We have our preparedness that we can do in the event of a flood. We have what's through the Joint Power Authority that we are one of 5 partners on it, but that's not our lead. We're partners. But there's the Newell Bridge that's very important. And I was looking for the latest specifics. The staff report kind of had general summaries, but I couldn't tell where are we and are there problems and exactly what are they and how do we move the ball forward. And then lastly, Hamilton Hitchens brought up something I don't know if I was not ever aware of it or had forgotten about it, but a Hamilton Avenue storm drain, and I don't know whether that would be beneficial or not, but as we're seeing that the middle reach of the Creek project is a real challenge now for the JPA from the updated hydraulic studies, that sounded interesting, at least understanding whether it could help mitigate Palo Alto impacts, even if it doesn't help the whole corridor. So those were just a few things. And I'm not looking tonight for us to adopt a referral. I kind of wanted to get these out there in advance of March 5th so that we will have thought about them a little bit.
Greer.
One thing I was thinking on advancing renter protection policies. I think we did a really good job this past year on advancing those. I believe we still have some outstanding referrals that are not necessarily kind of captured here. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see us to continue to the momentum that we have on renter protection policies. Maybe send that back to policy and services to be able to have a further discussion on what else is, or the housing committee to figure out what are additional protections that might be offered.
Julie.
Could I just add to augment what Ed was saying some time ago, I think, to praise staff for what they've been able to achieve this year and to acknowledge that so many of the objectives or programs that are not yet in the categories we would want them in, they're sort of behind or they've been pulled off the table, are due to staff vacancies. And it seems to be this perennial, persistent challenge we have in our city. And, you know, I walked in here with Sandra, putting you on the spot, Sandra, hey. And Sandra said, hey, we're having a great onboarding tomorrow, 15 people, all in January. It's exciting. You know, it's a good number. It's a healthy number. And I think as a council, we want to recognize that there are only so many hours in a day. Everybody's smart, thoughtful, hardworking, and dedicated. And if we don't have enough staff to pull the oars, we're not going to get the boat moved across the water. So what do we need to be doing to try to encourage the sort of hiring, recruitment, retention, the dollars that are needed? You know, what it feels that HR is at the crux of, you know, one of the challenges right now. And I just want to acknowledge that and have us talk about that. Because it's got to be frustrating for us to have all these priorities and plans, and staff are like, we are drowning. We can't do this. Okay, what do we need to do in order to make their load a little lighter?
Yeah. Former staff member. It can be real challenging. So this is why these conversations, I think, are so critical. Does anyone have any thoughts on Julie's comments around the importance of HR, and are there resource issues there that you'd like to suggest tonight?
Well, I do. So I'll go ahead if you don't mind.
Perfect.
And comment, and at the risk of maybe coloring the comments to follow, I do want to acknowledge that we do have an ongoing review of our recruitment and hiring process that will be coming to the council next, I'll say maybe 45 days or so. I think that's the general time frame. MRG, actually a company that Jeremy's affiliated with, is doing the work. And so we expect to be able to give you an update on how that process is going. I do want to say, though, that now a year into this more detailed review and a discussion we've had with council on both hiring as well as the priorities and how we meet the priorities, I think, quite frankly, I've been giving the council a disservice to the extent that we have talked about hiring in a way that is more akin to shopping than it is to fishing. And I think our reality in today's labor market is that recruiting and hiring is a fishing expedition. There is no guarantee that we will come home with landing a catch. And I think that's a mindset change that we have really recognized among staff. Now, absolutely, we can and should improve on our hiring processes and the way in which we bring people on board. But I think I've been, again, giving the council a disservice by not recognizing the issues beyond our control to a certain extent as well in our ability to hire the specialists in the market that we are at. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, we are often seeking unique individuals with unique skills that, quite frankly, have to be at the appropriate point in their lives to be willing and able to make a transition to join this organization, as wonderful as it is. So just wanted to share that perspective with you.
I'll share an anecdote just from my current experiences. There were, all the cities are doing housing elements around the same time, obviously. A number of the cities were advocating for housing positions within their own departments to either create or bulk up their departments. And about a half a dozen cities went out for exactly the same position at the same time. So you can imagine what the dialogue was between the cities. People felt like they were competing with one another. It is a difficult environment to be operating in, for sure.
So I just
Pat,
want to
yeah.
abuse that analogy. So in fishing, you know, there's times where a hole's fished out. There's not many fish left there. But we also, if you're a fisherman or fisher person, you know that certain fish persons bring home most of the fish. It's not equally distributed, and it's not random. Some are better at it and successful. So, on the other hand, holes get fished out, and there's a lack of supply. So, I think there's more knobs to turn, and I'm looking forward to kind of this, looking at this more strategic plan and look more creatively at what's good bait.
I'm trying to come up with fishing things to say over here. I don't have anything. We'll leave fishing for the time being. What else? What else do you need as council members? What else do you need as council members? What else does this collective council need in order to
More metaphors from
more metaphors? Staff is working hard on
More
those.
fishing rods.
Other thoughts here? Obviously, you got a creative bunch of staff who come up with ideas on a regular basis, but this is an opportunity to hear from you directly on what some of those thoughts might be, particularly as it relates to how you wish to be engaged in this process. Is there anything that we're missing here? Anything you haven't had a chance to say so far? Greer.
It was discussed earlier tonight about, I think, the need for the full council to have a better sense of agendas moving forward, and I think more kind of big picture, especially when we're dealing with a particular any kind of item, understanding, well, where does this fit within within a longer range plan or strategy. I think that would be really helpful to understand really the impact of our decisions and various programming.
Great suggestion. Thank you. Julie.
If I'll just go back to Pat's good point a few minutes ago to the, some holes are overfished and some fisher people are more successful. We want to be in that latter category. And it occurs to me that I would love to see us have a conversation about how to figure out how to compensate people in a high cost of living area in a way that doesn't increase our salary and pension liability, but gives them some kind of resources that allow them to save money and be able to accrue a down payment. That kind of creative thinking about how to attract, recruit, keep, compensate people adequately in a way that serves their needs and the city's needs over time. I'm not an economist, but I bet somebody here has some good ideas and certainly near here. So I'd love to see that conversation.
I would just note that if that was a reference to workforce housing and workforce housing support, it's already on the plate. So if that comment helps lift it up to ensure that we keep it a priority, so ordered.
I think there's workforce housing, and then there's how to finance the ability to be housed for your workforce, and those are two different things.
I intended to reflect both in that description.
Well, can I add a third one, which is bringing the people into career paths who have housing and want to stay in this area. It may not be great housing, but who we can provide some great career opportunities to if they have those skills, those career paths and those skills developed. And a lot of that addresses our equity and diversity goals at the same time.
One area that we haven't touched on specifically, it's in one of the questions, question 3, is just around council time. I won't ask the obvious question, which is, do you have enough time to do what you're doing? But thinking about the limited time that you do have, is there anything that you would share towards this question that would be helpful for staff to understand?
I don't understand
Julie.
your question.
I'm really proud of us for how this council has conducted itself under Mayor Ku's leadership and now under Mayor Stone's. I think we've, each of us, done a good job at kind of sticking to the timer and trying to be respectful of the process and whatnot. It has felt good, and I applaud everybody for their efforts to, make it so.
Any other thoughts? Greer, thinking something?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Julie just said. I completely agree, and I think that's just kind of a good. I don't think we're gonna have time to get into the norms conversation tonight, and maybe a good time for that could be next week during the policy procedure handbook. We might be able to incorporate that into that discussion. That was Vice Mayor Lowing's very brilliant idea, so thank you. But Yeah, I do think that the time piece is important to just of that sort of norm of respecting our own time together as well as staff's time, and not having meetings go needlessly long into the night and at all levels, at ad hocs and at the full council meeting. So I think that's helpful for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other? Vicky?
+1.
+1. Thank you very much.
We could adopt that at council.
I think we've had a pretty robust conversation so far, and I know that time is moving forward. So on behalf of the staff, I appreciate all the thoughts that you have shared this evening related to these three questions. And when there's an opportunity to share other ideas, please take advantage of that. It doesn't have to always be just now. Lydia?
I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, for her comments. And then I also want to recognize that, each person has a different style, tolerance, etc. So, adjusting for that and recognizing that is also important. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I heard from the mayor that it looks like that we'll move council norms to the next meeting. So we will do that. So just for a quick debrief and next steps, I have a few things to say here, and then I'm sure staff may have something to say. Just again, thank you for your time. I hope this was productive. I know a lot of thought went into finding ways to engage you on issues that I know are important to you, a little different conversation than you typically have. So really appreciate the candor and the thoughts. And those will be coming forward in the appropriate ways over the course of the next weeks and months. We have a couple important meetings coming up. On March 4th, you have the meeting related to the objectives. So thank you for being prepared to discuss that tonight, and look forward to your comments at that meeting. Next week, discussing norms. Anything Ed or staff would like to add to this?
No, I think that covers it. I did mention we've got standing committee work plans that will also be coming back to you as one other call it bucket of follow-up.
Thanks for allowing me to be here tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And promising to respect our time, just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I think you just, the last comment you made, I completely agree. I have really enjoyed working with this council. I think we work very, very well together. We're so fortunate to have such an incredible professional staff that supports us, and a community that really that really is incredibly supportive and collaborative and very helpful in sharing their views. A quick story, during the break, a gentleman came up to me. He does not live in Palo Alto, but he just wanted to express his admiration for how professional we all were, how incredible our staff are, how our council all look like. He said, like, we all have PhDs from Stanford, whatever that means to you. And so I just thought I'd share that he was very impressed with how this council is working with each other and with our staff. So thank you, everybody. It was a good discussion. And we are adjourned. Thank you.